Hello, dear viewers. Our guest is a representative of the collective of authors, Internal Predictor of the USSR, developers of the conception of social safety, associate professor of St. Petersburg University, candidate of technical sciences, Vladimir Mikhailovich Zaznobin. Hello, Vladimir Mikhailovich.
Hello.
What is the conception of social safety, and what are its main works?
The conception of social safety did not appear on its own, but as a response to certain circumstances that appeared in society. We called these circumstances a change in the logics of social behavior. But in general, it was formed within the framework of the scientific work of the Faculty of Applied Mathematics of Processes of Governance of our Leningrad University in 1991. The work was jointly done with the Institute for US and Canadian Studies. It had two collectives. There was a formal collective, a collective of professors, doctors of the university, and there was an informal collective, which I now represent. There is a work on the conception of social safety with the epic name Dead Water, but its main basis is primarily dialectics. This is the work Dialectics and Atheism, Two Essences Incompatible, and the grown from it sufficiently general theory of governance, which is the foundation of the very conception of social safety. This is in brief.
Thanks. Could you tell us what tasks the collective of authors sets for itself?
Oh, what a question. What tasks? Well, I can immediately say that our tasks stem from our understanding of conceptual power. In our understanding, conceptual power is, firstly, the power of ideas that live longer than people, and the power of people who can revise the ideas that dominate in society, perhaps even for centuries and millennia. Ideas live longer. And if we consider culture as all extragenetically conditioned information, which is a consequence of a certain conception of the arrangement of life of society, then tasks also flow from here. We believe that society lives in a culture that is not adequate to what is now. In the understanding in general of everything that happens in society, we call this culture biblical by the name of the conception. By culture, once again, we mean all extragenetically conditioned information. Many people confuse and believe that culture is opera, songs, dances, painting, music. No. Technocratic technology, the civilization in which we live, is also a part of culture. Jurisprudence, law, legislation, this is also culture. And hence the task that we have set ourselves, the transformation of culture in accordance with the conception that was developed by the collective of authors and continues to develop. Moreover, in the conception of social safety itself, only the foundations are laid. The foundation. Culture must develop on the basis of this foundation. And if we continue this, then, after the revolution and during the revolution, the Bolsheviks set a lot of objectives: to give land to the peasants, factories to the workers, that is, to give the means of production. But they did not fulfill these promises, because they simply did not understand the difference between social and private property. This understanding has only now been developed and formulated quite clearly. But what they understood, and what they were able to fulfill as promises, this was to give everyone an education that was available at that time. Because to even talk about the transformation of culture is meaningless if people don't understand what culture is. And within one generation, a country in which 85% was illiterate, to make it almost absolutely literate is to introduce huge masses of people to practically all sources of culture. History, science, literature. Now society is standing. We, however, call it differently. This phenomenon has received the name cultural revolution. In general, we do not really like the word revolution. Although now there are many revolutions, orange revolutions, now there are a lot of people revolutionaries at the beginning of the 21st century, as it was at the beginning of the 20th century. We like the term transformation better. Then there was the first cultural transformation, and now our society is facing the second cultural transformation. But in order for this cultural transformation to take place, in our opinion, it is also necessary to give knowledge. But not knowledge as at the beginning of the 20th century, teaching literacy, the basics of mathematics. Literacy should also appear, but of a completely different property. We call this methodological literacy. Now, if this happens, and this can be done by society itself, it is impossible to issue a directive from the president or someone to make a cultural transformation. We will give everyone methodological literacy, because there are very few people in society who understand what methodology is.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, you mentioned the main works. These are the sufficiently general theory of governance, Dialectics and Atheism, two essences incompatible, the psychological aspect of history, and the perspective of the current global civilization. After all, we know that about 50 works and books have been written, published in fairly large circulations. They are sold in various universities in the country. Could you explain to us in more detail what is the sufficiently general theory of governance? What forms the basis of this work? Where it is taught, where you can get acquainted with it, because Western schools of management are now in general not a secret in Russia. This is taught everywhere. But few from a well-informed audience have heard about the sufficiently general theory of governance. So what is it after all?
I will now try to explain it briefly. Although there are preliminary materials, they are made on the basis of a course that I first began to give at the university at the Faculty of Applied Mathematics. This was done on the initiative of the now late academician Vladimir Ivanovich Zubov, the founder of the Faculty of Applied Mathematics of Processes of Governance in 1997. But the sufficiently general theory of governance itself, as a result of a certain work, appeared in 1991. And its appearance, I would say, was forced. In what sense? We had a task, I mean the collective of authors, to factually describe the global historical process, to rewrite the entire history. These are 12 volumes of the world history of the publication of the Soviet Union, which we had at the time. It was simply ridiculous. It was necessary to fit the entire global history into 15 to 20 pages of book text. Not the history of a separate country, Russia, Germany, England. We were faced with an in general obvious fact And one who pondered over it was the well-known, a film about him was recently made, colleague of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, Bogdanov. This is his underground nickname. His real name is Malinovsky, who started together with the Bolsheviks, then, after the revolution, headed the Institute of Blood Transfusion. This person also drew attention to the fact that science and religion somehow cannot find a common language between themselves, although both of them work for the Blago of society. And they have been in constant conflict for at least the last 200, 300 years. But besides this, each science has formed its own conceptual apparatus. And chemists, in this sense, chemisticize, physicists physicize, biologists are engaged in their processes, doctors in their processes, but in essence, every science is engaged in the study of processes: physical, biological, chemical, social, astronomical. And since there is no statics in the universe, and the universe is the internestedness of various processes, which includes both biospheric and social processes, and all processes are of an oscillatory character, then we came to the conclusion that all processes are either governed or self-governed. It depends on the perception of the process directly by the individual. And if so, then the conceptual apparatus of theory of governance is precisely the apparatus with which one can easily enter any science, any scientific branch, but, most importantly, it is possible to solve complex tasks. And this is how the conceptual apparatus of the sufficiently general theory of governance appeared. And on the one hand, it is simple, but on the other hand, it requires at least some elementary preparation. At the introductory lecture, I explained to the students that information enters a certain system of stereotypes. That means we need to tell the students how stereotypes are formed. That each individual has consciousness and there are unconscious levels of the psyche. That there is the right hemisphere, which is responsible for object-obraz process thinking, and there is the left hemisphere, which is responsible for abstract logical discrete thinking. And if such preparation of the audience is not carried out, and is not shown how a person's worldview is formed, what a world understanding is, what a concept as the sum of obrazes of objective phenomena and their codes is. But the main thing with which we begin to explain to students is what the ultimate generalizing concepts are. I say we, because I'm not the only one who gives the lectures. The course is being given now, according to our estimates, in at least 8 to 10 higher educational institutions in the country. At the Chelyabinsk University, at Tomsk University, at St. Petersburg University, at our Polytechnic University, at the University of Business and Law, at the Agricultural University in the city of Pushkin, and a number of other higher educational institutions. I can't name everything now. And a certain tactics and strategy of teaching the subject is being formed. All this is the preparation of future generations, methodological preparation, because we perceive the sufficiently general theory of governance as sufficient. Many people ask, why is it sufficiently general? Why can't we just say general? Or why can't we just say simply theory of governance? And the whole point is that the universe is one and holistic. It is infinite. Our understanding is limited. It is finite, and the finite understanding of an individual cannot absorb infinity, because I am often asked to explain what infinity is, and I am forced to make such explanations. Well, and since it is infinite, then the entire internectedness of oscillatory processes in the universe, from the microcosm to the macrocosm, is also infinite. Therefore, a set of certain concepts is needed that could sufficiently generally represent all this endless internectedness of oscillatory processes in the universe. That is why we call it the sufficiently general theory of governance. But to tell you briefly, during introductory lectures, we are talking about ultimately generalizing concepts that determine the worldview. We say that the worldview is in obrazes, and understanding in a certain lexicon. And worldview is of two types. One, the normal worldview, we call mosaic, and the not normal, kaleidoscopic. What does it mean? Well, this means that for some, the world is a set of connected by nothing random phenomena. But none of those people who adhere to such a worldview ponder over how such a world can exist within no way connected processes and phenomena. Normal perception of the world around us, the world is one and holistic. Everything in it is conditioned by cause-effect relationships. We tell the students that since this is so, that we must be attentive not only to those actions that we commit, but also to the words that we utter, and even to our thoughts, since there is something connecting between material processes and phenomena. This connecting thing is obrazes, or in Latin, it is called information, and there is still measure. And the universe, in our view, is a process of the triunity of matter, information, measure. And each of these categories is absolutely objective and cannot be without the others. For example, matter cannot exist without informational characteristics and without code groups. There is no thing without an obraz. Here, we are now recording on a video camera. Factually, we are recording obrazes on a certain material carrier. So, I take an object, I take a glass. So I say to the students, close your eyes. Can you imagine this glass? Yes, we can. And on the video camera, the glass is the same, but the material carrier is different. Or if we record onto a digital device, we get the same obraz. Or we draw it, we get the same obraz. That is, information is as objective as matter. Lenin's definition of matter looks like there is nothing in the universe except matter. This is very one-sided. There is also information in the universe, and there is also measure. In relation to matter, this is a kind of probabilistic matrix of the transition from one aggregate state of matter to another. And how many aggregate states do we have? So far, we have an idea of 5. Maybe someone can name more. This is the vacuum, from which everything comes out and where everything returns. There is no emptiness in the universe. This is plasma, fields, gaseous states of matter, liquid, solid. So, 5 states of matter. And they pass into each other. And the ultimately generalizing concepts that have existed until now. And if you turn to any official Academy of Sciences, be it the spiritual, scientific, secular, you will always be answered, yes, There are ultimately generalizing concepts. These are matter, energy, space, and time. But as soon as we begin to analyze what energy is, we come to the amazing conclusion that energy is only a stable transitional state from one aggregate state to another. So I asked the students, what can you say about space? They begin, we will measure. What can you say about the space of this room? They start measuring. I say, so, measure, it turns out, is primary. They say yes. The same goes for time. And it turns out that factually, it was a long time ago, back in the 28th century BCE, at the time of Pharaoh Joseph, for the crowd, there were these four categories: matter, energy, space, and time. But in essence, they boiled down to two: matter and measure. Where did the information go? So, the fact is that information was objectively concealed, and measure was presented somewhat covertly. Only the Quran clearly says, God created everything and measured it with a measure. That is, measure in relation to information is codes. We cannot distinguish one information from another if we don't know anything about codes, about the boundaries between one information and another. How can we distinguish light information in one color spectrum from light information in another color spectrum? How can I distinguish infrasound from ultrasound? This is where measure comes in. That is, measure is the same objective category as information. And the earlier ideas about ultimately generalizing concepts, matter, energy, space, and time, are flat representations. Well, like two coordinates. The third coordinate appears, information, and we already have three-dimensional representations. That is, you see, as I checked, I've been talking for about 7 minutes. This is just preparation. And then what? And then we talk about the fact that human consciousness is arranged in such a way that it can simultaneously monitor 7 to 9 objects or processes. And we tell the students that in order to commence with governance, you first need to master 3 categories. This is the vector of objectives, the vector of states, and the vector of error. What is the vector of objectives? This is a list of our ideal desires on the basis of which we would like the object to be governed. Moreover, the order of these desires is the reverse of the order of giving them up. In the first place will be the objective that we will give up in the last place. Or more correctly, we will never give up until our very death. This is the first priority objective. The vector of state is that which we really have. And the vector of error is the difference between the vector of objectives and the vector of state.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, it is not a secret that any young person relates to such information and philosophy in general in the following way. Philosophy is something very complicated, abstruse, it doesn't concern me, it's very difficult for me. There are some, those docents, doctors of sciences, professors, they use complex terminology there, but why do I need it? So how to explain to a simple young guy, even a graduate of a higher educational institution, that philosophy has an applied, governorial meaning for his life?
Well, in our opinion, such a relation towards philosophy was specially formed by science, so that it would become officely and unnecessary for a person in life. And indeed, if philosophy, with all its conceptual apparatus, is divorced from real life, if on the basis of philosophy it is impossible to model some concrete life phenomena, and on the basis of these models, to predict the development of the future of, for example, the individual himself, society, some corporation, then who needs such a philosophy? Philosophy, in the most general sense of the word, and Toynbee also spoke about this. He said that philosophy is a science on the basis of which I can predict the phenomena of the future. Governance without the ability to foresee how the processes, the object we govern, will develop. This is not governance. To govern is to foresee. This is what Napoleon said, but I think many people said this before him. I drive the car as long as I can predict how it will behave as a result of my governorial actions. Therefore, philosophy is, in our understanding, the science of governance. But in order to govern, one must know how the world works. It is necessary that this knowledge be adequate to objective reality. We are trying to show this, and all sorts of esoteric teachings, they speak about what? They speak about human consciousness being such that perfect knowledge man can abuse. Our relation to this is that perfect knowledge cannot be abused. Perfect knowledge can be called perfect because it is for the blago of man. Man is a part of the universe. Man is a part of the biosphere. In the end, he must understand how the world works. He must have adequate ideas about the world around him. And for this, only such a lively philosophy is needed. Only such a philosophy will interest not only a scientist, philosopher, academician, who sits in an office in a lab coat, and there, picking his nose, composes all kinds of syllogisms. It will then become interesting to both the school child and the person who is directly involved in production labor. But first of all, such a philosophy will be interesting to a person who is engaged in the field of governorial labor. If a governor does not have such a philosophical education, he is not a governor.
Thank you, Vladimir Mikhailovich. It turns out to be a very interesting thing. At the age of 5, children ask their parents, "What is God? What will happen after death? Where did this or that deceased relative go?" And parents, as a rule, cannot answer these questions. Then the child forgets about these questions and does not ask them anymore. After all, we are talking not only about governors. A person must govern his life in order to govern his dreams, to achieve his objectives. Why does this happen? In childhood, at the age of 5, the child asks such questions that at 15 and 20 he no longer asks.
This is natural, because if adults would relate to such questions of children seriously and would not dismiss them, and they dismiss them also because they themselves do not know the answers to these questions. After all, when they were 4 to 5 years old, they themselves asked such questions. Not all of them, it is true, but, as we say, such questions arose at the unconscious levels of the psyche.
That is, when they went out in the field at night, they looked into the starry sky. Everyone asks these questions.
Yes, what is the point of asking if the authority for them, mom, dad, is not able to answer for them? After all, they can also be made fun of. And you know that if you make fun of a child's questions, he generally withdraws. The fact that a child asks such questions as, "Is there God? What happens to a person after death? Where do grandparents go after death?" This is quite natural. What is not natural is the fact that at this age, adults are not able to answer the child. It's like a closed wheel that spins endlessly. We believe that it's time to break this. And we really need to start, let's say, from kindergarten age. One should not be afraid of these questions, but adults should seek answers to them. We give, in the sufficiently general theory of governance, and you said about 50 works have been written. These works develop the main provisions of the conception, and in these works we try to answer such seemingly childish questions, which official science, it does not see them point blank. They just don't need it. They are engaged in science, they have a geschäft from scientific research. This is the main thing for them. The collective of authors was formed from the needs of the time. We didn't like what was there. Not everything, of course, but we didn't like much of what was in the Soviet Union. But even more, we didn't like what was approaching us. We felt it. And we didn't like that there was such an approach to children's questions. And we were looking for answers to them. And it seems to us that we have found answers to them.
That's what happens. The child grows up, asks questions, the answer to which he does not receive. He's a prepared construct coming into the system of education, into the system of upbringing.
Into culture. It is culture that molds him in accordance with how it itself was formed. And the child is not able to answer whether this culture is good or bad, and adults are not able to answer the question, in what is the culture good, in what is the culture bad. But now, when people began to travel around the world, they began to see that there are many cultures, not only one culture in which I grew up, which shaped me. Yes, no one thinks about this. How come I shaped myself? No. If a person tried to analyze what in him is from him personally, and would carry out this analysis honestly and sincerely, he would find that of himself there, what? He started smoking himself? Did he start drinking himself? Many did not have the urge. The culture of imitation. What? It's from himself that he behaves himself like this, uses foul language. In advance, it's necessary to comprehend that this is marvelous. There is no such thing in a person. This is all culture. And what do we see in culture? And who is able to think and stop all this negativity? I tell the students, imagine, you are aliens. You fly to our globe. Naturally, you have visual instruments with which you observe cities, roads, major enterprises, fields. That is, this is a flourishing planet. However, exhaust and automobile gases reach the highest layers of the atmosphere. That is, they would see it all. But they would see it as the result of a tremendous labor. And they would ask the question, who are these people who built this blue planet with its green forests, blue-green fields? Who did all this? And they would decide to study all this on television programs in film. And what would they see? They would see only 4 plots. Fight, sex, money, and gambling. They would be surprised. And where are those who built all this? In our culture, with the exception of one short period, 70 years of Soviet power, there is no man of labor. He does not exist. There are all possible briefings. There are all kinds of feasts. There are presentations, Nobel Prizes, but you will not find a man of labor in the cinema and on television. And these people do not create the planet. They parasitize on the people of labor. But they are the face of our planet. And as aliens, what to do with this? And I explain to the students, we have such a question. Can you formulate what conditions are needed for the contact of an earthly civilization with an alien one? And now, how long has the search for contacts been going on already? At least the entire 20th century, the 21st century, they are looking for contacts. And technical weapons, technical progress, have far surpassed the nraviousness of our society. And with the students, together with them, we work out these requirements. Yes, compatibility in terms of material carrier, compatibility, they themselves reach this idea after some lectures, according to the signal strength, clock and carrier frequency. But no one reaches the following idea: compatibility with the nraviousness that is in our society. No one will come into contact with us. Watch all American films. From their point of view, and this is not the point of view of the directors, this is the point of view of the society that has formed such directors. This is a product. This is the result of culture. Space, from their point of view, is aggressive. But this is their point of view. What idea do they have about space? Space constantly attacks us, and they actually get it from space. After all these Katrinas, hurricanes, these are a response from space. This is called the monkey's paw effect in our understanding. But with the nraviousness that now is in the society of earthlings, we will not have access to space. Imagine that space was really aggressive. A space civilization could not exist. Therefore, we have no admission there. And the understanding of this, if it does not come in society, well, it will be sad to live in such a civilization. And we explain this to students. I believe that this should be explained to school children. I think that any talk about prohibitions is empty. This is the same as prohibiting selling, not selling. They are empty. There is no weapon more powerful than a movie. And what kind of ads are there? What role can advertising play? Many turn off advertising, but they watch movies. And in the cinema, precisely in the cinema. So, what can a 9-10-year-old boy do with himself if his idol, I'm not talking about those that are now bandits, they are also idols now other idols. But even if the idol is a pilot, astronaut, tank driver, tractor driver, if he smokes and drinks, the boy cannot help himself, he will drink and smoke. And what are they thinking about? I am amazed. And Soviet cinema, the nostalgia for it is still to come. But I am amazed at the primitiveness of these directors who put on such a movie, when great actors, Khrushchev and many others, all necessarily smoked and all drank. What do we want from society? Why is there no smoking in Islamic culture? Because there it is not the norm.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, I have two questions in connection with what you said. Firstly, so the culture, and in the people the opinion is shaped. And it is imposed that culture is by itself, and people come to this culture, try to improve it. You are talking about films. There was such a film, Boomer, which turned out to be cultic for the youth. There, the hero says, "It's not us who are such, life is such," looking for an excuse for his actions. So this is the first question. I know that in 1991, in Молодая Гвардия, an article, Conceptual Power, Myth or Reality, was published. So what is conceptual power? And how is it related to culture? And the second question. So, after all, a person getting acquainted with such information, realizing that there is a structure, what should he do? Become a brick in the wall? And if you change, then the strength will not be enough. What should he do? Please.
First, every society, and society of the 21st century most especially, lives and lived earlier in the process of globalization. What do we mean by globalization? It is not at all what is now given in the mass media. Globalization, in our understanding, is the process of concentration of the productive forces of society. It was ongoing also 5,000-6,000 years ago. This process has now acquired such an acceleration that it is impossible not to notice it. And it has always been. There was cultural exchange, there was communication among the ancient Egyptian civilization, the ancient Roman civilization, the Greeks, the Chinese. There was always communication, there was an exchange of goods. It is impossible to stop this. But now, we live in a time when this globalization has become especially noticeable. So, the process of concentration of the productive forces of society is objective, in the sense that no one, not the pharaoh, not the Tsar, not the king, not the president, not the secretary general, can stop it. A specific subject can either slow it down or speed it up. But the conception of governance towards this process of concentration of the productive forces of society, it is subjective. And in our view, this is what the entire official science completely denies. In our view, this conception of concentration of the productive forces of society, it, of course, is not one, but the one that dominates now on our globe. It was worked out in ancient Egypt as a result, again, in our view, of a very long war in the ancient Egyptian civilization with the Hittites. And the conception of concentration of the productive forces of society, it is a consequence of the nraviousness possessed by the creators of this conception. That is, at the basis of everything is nraviousness. We were so spiritually uplifted when we heard from our president, when we heard these words from him. He said, nraviousness is at the basis of everything. What is nraviousness? You will hear almost nowhere, neither on television nor in lectures. They try to ignore this question in every possible way. Nraviousness is a certain criteria, evaluative criteria of an individual, a specific individual in relation to this or that phenomenon with which he is faced, good, bad, or indifferent. There are three evaluations. The sum of these criteria composes nraviousness. What is the nraviousness of the individual? Such is the individual's obraz views about the world. We call this a worldview. What is the worldview of an individual? Such is his world understanding. What is his world understanding? So the chain is such: nraviousness, worldview, world understanding. So, as his world understanding is, so he will formulate the subjective conception of governance towards the process of concentration of the productive forces of society. And the ancient Egyptian hierarchy, it seems to us they were wrongly called жрецы. This is most likely a certain znacharic structure. It was precisely this ancient Egyptian hierarchy that formed this conception. And culture is secondary in relation to the conception. Each new generation entering this culture is molded by this culture. The culture forms its stereotypes, relation towards the phenomena of the internal and external world. And these stereotypes, after all, the best, the most effective, is to govern structurelessly. That is, not directively. Ivanov, Petrov, Sidorov, do this and that. What stereotypes are formed on the basis of this culture? Then a separate individual who grew up in this culture becomes absolutely sure that he does everything by himself. But he is only a hostage of that distant nraviousness, that distant, perhaps thousands of years ago, formed worldview, world understanding, conception. And now we have what we have. This is the most powerful and most effective governance. and such governance as the highest level of intrasocial power, we called global conceptual power. And what do we see in our society? We are told that there is legislative power, there is executive power, there is judicial power. These are the three types of power. Well, sometimes they talk about ideological power. And have you heard anywhere that from the TV screens, or at least one president, I'm not talking about ours, American, some other, at least one president would say at least one word about the fact that there is also superstate conceptual power, although this seems to be already quite obvious? No. So, in our understanding, conceptual power is the highest level of the intrasocial hierarchy in society. Above is only God. And by the way, they disguise themselves as God. And in this sense, conceptual power in relation to other types of power is autocratic, that is, self-power. What does autocratic mean? You cannot be elected there. As the result of democratic procedures, you cannot climb there. You cannot climb there under patronage. So the King of Belgium calls and says, so give him conceptual power. Or Blair calls, or Bush, nothing like that. You cannot get there for the biggest bribe. Abramovich, Berezovsky, Gusinsky will put all the money together and give a bribe to be taken there. It will not work. Even if the Rothschilds are merged there together in this money, they will not be allowed into conceptual power. How is it formed, you ask? It is formed according to a very simple principle. We live in a crowd elite society. They also say that this society is a crowd elite pyramid. You know, the dollar has it. There is a picture, above it there is a certain eye. This eye, it watches everyone, and it's separated. There is a certain dividing line between the base of the pyramid and this eye. Conceptual power, in this sense, is invisible to everyone. And whoever may wonder about this, we are often asked, well, show us, where is it? Well, you know, we estimate its appearance about 4,000 years ago as an intrasocial institution. How is it formed? And in a crowd elite society, there is a simple formula. Everyone, to the measure of his understanding, works for himself, and to the measure of his non-understanding, for the one who understands more. And it turns out that only those whose level of understanding is sufficient for this rise to the top of this institution of power. The measure of understanding of what? Of the general course of things, of all processes. So there they exist. These people are able to revise ideologies. These people form their own idea of the world. Well, now about the conception. What conception do we live in? Again, you can look at the culture, because it is secondary in relation to the conception. Go to any museum, to our St. Petersburg Hermitage, to the Russian Museum, to the Prada Museum in Madrid, to the National Gallery in London, to Dresden, to the Louvre, you will see that 70 to 80% of the paintings are of biblical plots. That is, they in one way or the other interpret the Bible in artistic obrazes. Moreover, art bypasses consciousness like music. Listen to music, classics, Bach, Beethoven, our classics. Basically, this is a kind of musical interpretation of biblical plots. Read the classic literature. Furtwänger's The War of the Jews, Thomas Mann, Joseph and His Brothers. Take almost any of our writers. Yes, the same Dostoevsky. In one way or the other, biblical plots are touched upon. In this sense, we live in a biblical culture. And why does this conception, and the Bible is a conception, why does it dominate society? And the biblical culture dominates the society. But culture is not only painting, music, and theater, it is also technology. Everything is a product. All technology from rockets to airplanes and computers, this is an achievement of the biblical culture. And why, you will ask? Why did it become dominant? There is Islamic culture, there is Buddhist culture, there is a Shinto culture in Japan, and why does the biblical one dominate? You will not hear about this anywhere either. Biblical culture dominates because only the Bible has a well-articulated social doctrine. It is simple to the point of primitiveness, but thanks to this doctrine, technocratic civilization developed under the whip of usury. It is set forth in two places, Deuteronomy and in the book of the prophet Isaiah. Do not lend upon usury to thy brother, a Jew, but you may lend to a foreigner, and all nations will obey you. Everything is simple. But since the Bible is from God, then this doctrine is allegedly sanctified by God, and everything works like a clock. The last question, how to answer whether it is nravious or nravless. It is necessary to go through this chain. These people, we cannot. It doesn't matter what they are called. Jretzes, znachars, hierophants in Greek, knower of the future. That is, these are people who really governed. The one governs who can predict the future development.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, I'm sorry, it's probably more understandable for the youth now, because when conceptual power is not visible, it is impossible to understand that there is a scenario, a plan. People find it difficult to correlate their actions with what is in society. So a young man, he looks at the computer. There are civilizational games. When a person is invited to govern the resources of civilization, to form various scenarios and plans, that is, conceptual power, is in many ways similar to some kind of global scriptwriting, forming different scenarios, plans. That is, conceptual power is largely similar to a certain global scriptwriting, working out of scenarios, objectives, plans, and people, thinking that they freely determine their objectives, in fact, act within the framework of the scriptwriting, embedded in them for 20 to 30 years to come. Is it so?
No, it is not so. People who exercise global conceptual power are not playing games. They leave this to children. But, in our view, the global conceptual power has apparently lost control over many processes, although there are people who disagree with this. I just stopped. You interrupted me with the question. I wanted to say how we can evaluate the nraviousness of these people. Their nraviousness is destructive. Because the entire earthly civilization has come to its critical threshold. If this continues, and we think that this will not continue any longer, because all knowledge is objective and information is objective. Once it has appeared in society, even if it was not expressed in a certain lexicon as is done by us, it is now expressed, there are books, it is impossible to hide it, especially since the internet helps a lot, and it's impossible to stop this process. It is like an avalanche. This knowledge has already existed for 20 years. Well, 20 years, they say to us, you have been practically working. Your works are coming out. Yes, the circulation is not large. What our circulation is, we calculated in 20 years, it's about 150 to 200,000. This is not a lot, considering that 50 books have been written. For the first time we really went online, only in 2000. We are very grateful to those who created the internet, because all official philosophical thought, all religious leaders have nothing to say to people now. We will fill the internet. Our information will fill the internet, and this process is going very fast. And in Russia, The rate of increase in internet users is perhaps one of the highest in the world, despite the fact that we belong to the developing countries according to the classifications of the West. I saw around the month of July that by the end of this year, we will have 25 million internet users. We already have about 10 sites of our own, and according to the search engines Yandex, Google, and others, through cross sites, our information comes out. People get acquainted with it, reflect, think about it. According to our estimates, already 3 to 4 million ponder on it. Our conception contains the word water. Water is the symbol of information. How does water rise? From bottom to top in the soil. So also our information, unlike any other, it rises from the bottom up. And when it rises to the top, I always say, for what do you think about global processes? Work, become conceptually powerful on the ground. And no one from above will bother you if we can all do this together.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, that is, it is enough to type the conception of social safety in a search engine, in Yandex and Google, and the person will come to your sites.
Absolutely. Just type in dead water. Type in any of our works, The Last Gambit or Ruslan and Lyudmila, and you will be given so much information.
Only probably for those beginners to study life, culture, the foundations of the conception of social safety, it should be recommended to read the works of the Internal Predictor and not go into polemics, because it is no secret that structures always appear around new information. Many consider new information as revenge for themselves in life. On the banners, they immediately write freedom, equality, brotherhood in another new version, and they go for revolution. And of course, in modern conditions for an ordinary person, such slogans and such sites, where this information is promoted in tension systems, it is unacceptable. After all, as far as we know, tension systems are the foundation that is laid both in knowledge and from above. Control goes through non-tension systems.
Well, you touched on a different problem. It really exists. It is the interrelationship between the collective of authors and the supporters of the conception of social safety directly. We believe that the process is going well, although you really noticed correctly that there are tension systems as well. We have the concept of structural and structureless governance. But this concept is directly stated in the sufficiently general theory of governance. All structures grow as a consequence of the fact that structureless governance has reached such levels in its development that the structure is simply necessary. Well, on the basis of a long period of structureless governance, the first works were published in 1992. In 1997, a movement was created on the basis of this. In society, there are always people who believe that society did not appreciate them according to their dignity. These people are always quick to rush to something new. But if I go out with this new one now, finally everyone will recognize me. But such people, as quickly as they come, they leave just as quickly. This was nothing new for us. But we have such a principle. We work with everyone. We cannot refuse anyone. Because our anonymity is also connected with this, although it may have a broader aspect. We are supporters of non-author culture. We believe that any copyright protection slows down the dissemination of information.
That is, the conception is addressed not to parties, but to a specific person.
To a specific person, yes. To anyone. even if he is in kindergarten, even if he is an elderly person, to everyone. But in what ways this information goes to society? For us, this is not inconsequential. Yes, we are supporters of internally non-tension systems, and our article, about our activity as we understand it, it was July or June 1998, it appeared as a consequence of, well, I would not call it a conflict, but different points of view on the development of structural and structuralist governance. They were the first supporters. They began to ask the first questions. How come? We answered them, and the term internally non-tension systems appeared. Then a party appeared in the year 2000. Naturally, those who decided to form this party, they turned to us, and we told them directly. We will support in the sense of structural approaches to the dissemination of information, but the question is in objectives and priorities. And then there was a direct agreement that the first priority in the vector of objectives, the presence of the vector of objectives applies to any process. The first priority is the dissemination of information. And approximately before the elections in 2003-2004, we normally cooperated with this structure. But as soon as information was disseminated, although they still do not do anything other than dissemination of information, but as soon as there appeared the formula, with the help of this we need to take power, and this is not said directly, but we already know the lessons of history must not be forgotten. And then we will make everyone happy by force. These are the internal tensions that have arisen. And we relate to this in such a way that we are against internally tensioned systems. We believe that it's necessary to prepare the cultural transformation of society. And what kind of state system, what kind of governance in society to build, let the society itself decide. Although our models are described in the conception, and a lot has been said about the arrangement of the future society, but society itself still has to decide, and not a separate party.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, so a young man takes in his hand a sufficiently general theory of governance. How can he relay this material to his life?
We start by saying that, guys, learn to govern yourselves. What does it mean? This means learning to shape your personal vector of objectives. It turns out to be not such a simple thing. This is the application of the sufficiently general theory of governance. They listen with such eyes, with such surprise at first. When we give the task, try to form your personal vector of objectives. If out of 50 people, 2 to 3 bring the task, then that's good. The majority is like this, but I don't know. Today I want one thing, tomorrow another, the day after tomorrow a third. We tell them, if you are not able to form your personal vector of objectives, that is, the priority of your desires, if they are hovering somewhere on the unconscious levels of the psyche, that means you are not a subject in relation to yourself. You are an object. What do you mean, I am an object? That's what I mean. You are dragged by those stereotypes which culture is working out for you. And you yourself, who are you? You are an empty place. You are an object of governance. This can be called a crowder, a member of the herd. Moreover, it's very easy to prove. And immediately we transfer to the global level. So we read the Directive 20/1 of August 18, 1948 of the National Security Council of the United States of America. There are objectives, clearly set forth in 1948 in relation to the Soviet Union as an enemy. You should have seen the faces of these guys. They say, and what? Nobody knew about it? How could it be? There was a circulation of 20 million. Everyone regarded it as simple propaganda. And in the sufficiently general theory of governance, when it is said about the vector of objectives and the vector of error, it says that it has the property of reversibility. That is, from the side of the subject of governance to the object of governance, it is a vector of objectives. And from the point of view of the object of governance, in relation to which this vector of objectives is directed, it is a vector of error. And our political leadership, the Central Committee, the Politburo, they considered these things. They did not ignore them. Well, these are the mistakes of our government. But it took 50 years for all the provisions of this directive, all the objectives to be clearly fulfilled. And the analysis of the Directive 20/1, this is a global level, and the analysis of the personal vector of objectives leads to what? To a simple conclusion. And they only just begin to reach it. If you are not able to form your vector of objectives, bring them to the level of consciousness, someone else will definitely form them for you, and you will become an object of governance. So, the Soviet Union, 1/6 of the planet, with all its powerful political leadership, with all the invincible army, with all the most powerful economic potential, were nothing more than an object of governance, where the objectives were clearly set, and they were achieved. And for practically a child, he is 16, 17 years old, such things begin to reach them through such examples. If on the level of consciousness, and we are talking about the signs of subjectness, there are two signs of subjectness: nraviousness and will. What does will mean? A person has a will, an animal has an impulse or an urge. If you are not able to deduce, clearly formulate your objectives, you are no different from an animal.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, so the vector of objectives. The vector of objectives is a list of what the person wants. This is one part. On a piece of paper, he took up and wrote the most important at the top, the most unimportant at the bottom. Then he writes the vector of state, which today...
This is what he has now.
Yes, I want 100 rubles. For today, 1 ruble. And in the third column, he writes -99.
This is the vector of error.
In a week, he should look. Has he plussed or has he minused? And then he will correct himself. This is if we speak primitively. Is it so?
Well, primitively this is so, but if we consider the vector of error, very large consequences follow from this. If I consider, for example, the vector of objectives, the vector of state, moreover, you can take the data from the State Planning Commission and see how our closed credit financial system has developed. But the conclusion is amazing from this. If in relation to the whole society, and not only socialist but also capitalist, the vector of error of governance objectively exists, this is the price current for all types of products. If the price current, that is, the prices for all products, is constantly growing, the vector of error in such a society, in the entire civilization, increases. Is the oil price constantly growing? It is growing. Why is it growing? No one talks about this, but all other prices are growing behind it. What? For those who govern, really govern, this is not understandable. The working out of the conceptual apparatus, vector of objectives, vector of state, vector of error, has very far-reaching consequences for the formation of ideas about the world as a whole. About such concepts of governance as the vector of errors, price current. If prices for all types of products and services grow, this means that the vector of error of governance towards such a society also grows. If prices fall, then the vector of error also falls. And you'll say, but prices always grow. Not always. Not always. From 1947 to at least 1953, for sure, I was around at this time. This was a very short period in the history of mankind. when, on a huge territory, 1/6 of the planet, albeit in an implicit form, but a completely different conception of governance declared itself. That is, a completely different subjective approach to the concentration of governance towards the productive forces of society. Prices for the main types of products fell. Democrats can shout whatever they want about it, but it is a fact.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, it is clear that any person is a member of society. And of course, he is worried about the habitat in which he lives. And where he, a young man, wants to make a career. Many are interested in politics, or what they watch on TV and read on the internet. But after all, most people want to build their own line of behavior in life, to achieve those objectives that they can formulate. Then, after some time, they already understand that they have not achieved this already, that it is late, that there is no time. From this point of view, what prevents people from achieving their objectives?
The answer is simple. It actually was already at the beginning of our conversation. This is the ability to understand what worldview the individual adheres to. Either the world is one and holistic, everything in it is conditioned by cause-effect relationships. Then the person realizes himself as a part of this world, realizes his responsibility for everything that is happening in this world. He realizes, if to say further, that there is God, the Almighty, and he is in dialogue with God, that he here on earth carries out his providence. Or another worldview, such as you said, how come, here I am, I'm just doing my little thing, I don't care about all this. So this is a consequence of that worldview, when for him, the world is a set of in no way connected with each other processes, things, and phenomena. And then for him, there is only chance, that powerful, instantaneous instrument of providence. As Pushkin said, providence is not algebra. The human mind, as the folk expression goes, is not a prophet, but a conjecturer. It sees the general course of things, and can deduce from it profound suppositions, often justified by time, but it cannot foresee chance, that powerful and instantaneous instrument of providence. Factually, Pushkin, in this short outline of an article of 1830, in a very condensed form, gave a definition of the entire sufficiently general theory of governance. And when you say that a small person needs to build his own, yes, before the change in the logics of social behavior, in general, the type of worldview that everything in the world is random, it dominated. It still dominates now. But it did not that much affect the future of the planet, the future of the whole civilization. But now it is simply dangerous. Now, if a person does not correlate all his activities, all his professional suitability, with an understanding of the general course of things, and how his professional activities are connected to the activities of all people, it is difficult, of course, I understand, to put everything here, because everyone is digging and watering his own garden, and he does not care about others. But this is the very first step towards the fact that either we will perish further, or we will stop this disastrous process. I have nothing else.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, I meant what gravitational power is. The young man understands. If he drops something, it falls to the floor. It is good if the glass didn't break. But the fact that his actions generate consequences that further lead to results that no one planned, this is not obvious to him. How to explain to people that everything in the world is interconnected, that everything is conditioned by cause-effect relationships? For him, words such as providence, God are not yet clear to him. Arriving at church, he sees something completely different.
But for this we exist in order to explain. So we are gathered here to talk about this, to explain things.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, Gibran has a short parable. Once a philosopher was walking and saw a street sweeper sweeping the streets and said to him, "I feel sorry for you. "What a dirty job you have." The sweeper left the broom and asked, "What is your job?" "I study the actions of people, their desires, their capabilities." Then the sweeper took hold of the broom and said, "Then I feel sorry for you too," and continued his sweeping. Why are people, each for themselves, their family, among their friends, with their beloved ones, they are good, and when they gather in collectives, or defend their place under the sun, some strange features appear that they themselves do not like? What can you say about this?
Again, I will return to defining the vector of objectives. We are engaged in this kind of work. Now it is in classrooms, not only in the agrarian university. By the way, I give lectures at the Faculty of Economics, Management Department. That is, these are those who strive to become governors. This is also in other higher educational institutions. We explain to them that you will need a definition of a vector of objectives in order to understand a lot of who you are. That is, to identify yourself. We do this in a certain sequence. First, we talk about the vector of objectives. Then we create a list of 9 desires. Desires regarding the choice of a life partner. A young man to a girl, that is, this is a natural desire for procreation. Sooner or later you will start a family. But how would you like to see your future chosen one? And we give in an order that is not directly related. We say that the cells are simply empty, the first, second, third, and so on. Intelligent, loves money, likes to have fun, believes God, and so on. And your task is to prioritize. After I hand out these 58 pieces of paper, we collect, and we are not even interested if it's Ivanov, Petrov, Sidorov. We are interested, and we want to understand what is happening now, after, factually, let's say, 20 years of perestroika, which, in our opinion, is ending. What happens in the young generations? What tectonic shifts at the unconscious levels of the psyche? And further, we have such a section. It is called the types of structure of the psyche of the individual. That is, this is about the fact that the psyche of any individual is a multi-component system, which includes instincts. This is the information that is transmitted from generation to generation on the genetic level. Here we have Pavlov's habits or conditioned reflexes, which are developed in the process of the life of the individual. It includes intellect, with the help of which he can at least distinguish unconditioned reflexes or instinctive urges from conditioned reflexes or habits that are worked out by culture. It includes intuition, which each individual possesses to one degree or the other, and which, by status, apparently, although one cannot speak of a certain hierarchy of intuition, intellect, habits, instincts, it nevertheless has a certain significance for each individual. And the 5th component, this is the connection of a person with the hierarchically highest, all-encompassing governance, or what in church terminology is called God. God for us is Almighty. God is the creator of the universe. And in this sense, theologians differ little from people of science, because people of science also believe that the laws of nature are objective. That is, as if nature itself creates laws. They are no different from the church hierarchy, when I'm talking about the hierarchy of scientists. but just a different name. Some say that they are religious, others say that they are pantheists, although the word religion translated from Latin means connection. So we have these 5 components. They are the components of the psyche. Moreover, the most complex component is the 5th. This is the connection between man and God. You have already touched upon the problem of providence. Well, providence, if I believe that God is almighty, that God is the creator, the maker, then the creator must have some kind of plan in relation to his creation. If all the species that are on our planet Earth are given from birth to death to remain in the form that they are, then only the species Homo sapiens are given freedom of will and freedom of choice. And what is freedom of will and freedom of choice? And the fact that a mosquito was born a mosquito, or something else that hatched, he will die a mosquito, or whatever else that hatched. A pig was born a pig, as a pig it will die. But Homo sapiens goes through all the stages of development of any animal, because in many of its indicators it represents a mammal, but he can leave life as an animal, and he can leave life as a human. That is, he goes through all the stages of development. And depending on what dominates in each individual, if only instinctive urges dominate, and his intellect, cultural habits that he acquired on account of the fact that he grew up in a specific culture, intuition that he uses to somehow solve some of his problems, well, we will not talk about faith towards God. This is, after all, an animal type of structure of the psyche. You probably remember the legend about Diogenes, who walked around Sinope during the day with a lantern, almost 2,500 years ago. And he said, "I'm looking for a human." They ask him, "Why are you walking around with a lantern during the day?" And he says, "I'm looking for a human." Well, already in our Soviet times, the cartoon Parankin Be a Human, oddly enough, there is a huge connection between what Diogenes did and what the filmmaker did, creating such a seemingly fictional film, Parankin Be Human. Because finding a human is still not so simple. Because still, in modern civilization, even the concept of what is a human has not been formulated. So we have determined the first type of structure of the psyche, the animal. If a person acts deciding between giving preference to those cultural habits or to instinctive urges, and he gives preference to instinctive urges under any circumstances, no matter who he is, he may even be a very highly educated person, but still, this is an animal type of psyche structure. If in this situation between giving preferences to those cultural habits or to instinctive urges, he says, "Stop, I live in a society, I am a cultured person, I have a circle of acquaintances, they will somehow evaluate me." No, I would rather prefer to, after all, give credit to the culture in which I live. But if at the same time, giving such a preference, he does not ponder, in what is this culture good, in what is it bad, not only because he does not know that there are other cultures, but simply by strength of the fact that he runs some, well, we say the lunar rover operates the commands that come to it in the form of stimuli, then such an individual, well, you can call him a zombie, you can call him a biorobot. And if we talk about whether it has been reflected somewhere, whether this type of structure of the psyche has been somewhere reflected in the culture, then yes. At the time of Pushkin, There was no word zombie by a robot, but people, devoid of distinction, and largely devoid of freedom of choice, although no one deprived them. God gave each freedom of choice and freedom of will, but freedom of choice without freedom of will is worth nothing. Many wondered what kind of type Pushkin wanted to describe in his Bronze Horseman. Lately, something is often quoted from it. Basically, the flood of 1824 is described, and there are very significant words there. He seemed like something miscreated, no beast, that is, no longer an animal, nor yet of human birth, that is, not yet a human. Neither a denizen of earth, nor phantom of the dead. Look now, it's not in vain that they say about him that wherever you go, I don't remember who said it, that Pushkin is everywhere. He raised these questions, neither beast nor yet of human birth. That is, Pushkin singled out two types of structure of the psyche, animal and human, and not directly but indirectly. He said about Yevgeny that this is a person devoid of freedom of will and freedom of choice. That is, he is a zombie. Suppose, after all, we meet with such an individual who, already in his personal experience, being attentive to others, saw that it is not culture that is everything that forms a person, because he still has to understand that culture forms stereotypes of behavior. That is necessary in your consciousness, at the level of consciousness, to control that which is on the unconscious levels of the psyche. And far from everyone can bring what he has in obrazes at the unconscious levels of the psyche to the level of consciousness. Even the vector of objectives, this is always what a person can bring from the unconscious levels of the psyche to the level of consciousness. And suddenly it opens up to him. Oh, our culture is somehow far from ideal. Look, why are the youth growing up like that? Behaving somehow not right. And I wasn't the greatest in my youth. Let's even assume that a person has become critical of culture. This is always the first step to the fact that a person begins to engage in creativity. Creativity can be of all kinds. We were talking here saying that, so what? So I'm a specialist, I want to be a doctor, engineer or writer, theoretical physicist. It's a good thing to be an expert in your field. But if a theoretical physicist does not understand what consequences stem from his narrowly professional activity, on general things, on civilization as a whole, on the world around him, he, such a creator, is also not much different, from whom he seems to be no longer a zombie, since he creates. We call this type of structure of the psyche demonic. If we look now, our theater is undergoing colossal changes, both in repertoire and in performances. I'll tell you honestly, lately I don't like going to the theater because, well, actors are just performers. I feel the directors who stage this or that performance, how emphases are placed. What is in the cinema, this is in the theater. Creativity that is destruction in relation to the psyche. Almost all creators now are destructive. Yes, some elite go to the theater, but I only enjoy going to the classics, opera, ballet. Something that has already passed the test of time. But what is given now is not much different from the cinema. Again, I see the same thing as in the theater that I see in the cinema. Fighting, sex, a struggle for money. But what is most terrible, the classics that we have, the Russian theater has its own certain traditions. Everything is so twisted there, so perverted that you will not understand whether you live in the past or in the present. But the main thing is not even this. It is destructive. Demonism is when creativity is destructive. And every demon, in the Nravius regard, this is one who isolated himself from God. One who always, even knowing, even perceiving with his internal world that God is the Creator and Almighty, and especially demonism is characteristic of, well, young people, ranging from 17 to 18 years old, when, if at the first stage of life, up to 2 or 3 years, the child is guided only by instinctive urges, then he repeats, already like a monkey, what people of the older generation do, which is why we call them zombies. Then, somewhere from 13, 14, 15 years of age, when his reasoning suddenly turns on, he begins to critically relate to the world. Look at his parents. My parents have become very stupid. Because it seems to him that he is smarter than his parents, he enters the world, so very aggressive. Not all, of course, but we can meet any number of them among the youth. Then the next stage, this is the most natural stage in human development. It is natural to become a human after all. And what is a human? And it turns out that this step between the demonic type of psyche structure and the human type of psyche structure is connected, and there is no getting away from it, with the individual's relation towards God. And we have 2 types of atheism, idealistic atheism and materialistic atheism. Moreover, in our view, from materialistic atheism to true faith towards God, it is closer. But there is a difference between faith in God and faith towards God. The path of his providence is unknown, for there is faith in him, but to him faith is none. These are verses about idealistic atheism. And I did not make a mistake in saying that from materialistic atheism, when a person simply says, there is no God, but what is? You can at least talk with them about pantheism. Well, okay, there is no God for you, but what is there? Like Bulgakov, with you, whatever you take, it does not exist. So what does exist? He begins to say, there are laws of nature. Oh, so you believe in the laws of nature? And where are these laws from? Nature gave birth to them. Well, then you believe in nature as in God. Then you are a pantheist. At least he starts to think about it. So I'm talking about the types of structure of the psyche. So, the human type of psyche structure, when a person realizes his destiny on earth as the steward of God on earth, that he factually must feel with a certain sense of measure that there is providence in relation to God's creation, and he contributes to the incarnation of this providence into life, and he understands that God speaks to him in the language of life's circumstances, and he hears this language, is in constant dialogue with God. Well, this is quite brief, although one can talk about it.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, excuse me please, I will interrupt you. When you say it, I have a kind of déjà vu, but a reverse déjà vu, a mirrored one. Several months ago, there was a program called The School for Scandal, and there was Vladimir Pozner. When asked, do you believe in God? So he said, no, I don't believe. But after death, I want to believe that there is something. And then there were 2 more significant points, just right for our theme. He said, I would really like to find myself, this is Vladimir Pozner, who hosts such a central program, Времена, and everyone is watching it. I would like to find myself in ancient Egypt in those days and see what was there. This first. And second, he would like to turn to Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin after his death and ask him, Alexander Sergeyevich, how do you do it? That is, these are the two main questions of Vladimir Pozner. By the type of structure of the psyche, I would note that Pushkin had a very interesting relation towards Arabic culture, towards Islam and Muhammad. God is merciful. He sent the shining Quran to Muhammad, and let us flow to the light, and let the fog fall from our eyes. And in this regard, the types of structure of the psyche have been known for a long time. The ancients said that to a person it only seems that there is one, but in fact there are four of them. Or for example, Al-Ghazali, the 11th century. A mixture of a pig, an animal type of psyche structure, a dog, biorobot, a devil, demon, and a saint, human, is an inappropriate basis for a mind trying to achieve deep understanding. This will not be possible with this mixture. This is Al-Ghazali, the 11th century. Amar Khayyam, verses. Hear from the spirit world this mystery. Creation is summed up, man, in thee. Angel and demon, man and beast art thou. Yea, thou art all thou dost appear to be. It is interesting that people initiated into esoteric knowledge say the spiritual elite had an idea of what a human is, what his algorithmic support is, what the psyche is. But the common man did not know this. In culture for the uninitiated, this is not. And now, as I understand, the conception of social safety, dead water, it is for the first time from non-esoteric cultures, and your work from humanoidness to humanist clearly explained what the four types of psyche structure are, what is included in this concept, how to get there. And here I have a question in this connection. You said that man is the successor of God on earth. So I know that dead water is discussed a lot on forums, on youth forums. There are guys who say, but the successor is who? The one who does nothing, just watches. Their creator is the one who changes the world. That is, they are somehow prone to demonism a little. But the successor controls. He does not do anything by himself. That is, he is simply a servant of the Almighty. In what am I mistaken? Or where am I wrong, Vladimir Mikhailovich?
Well, first of all, maybe the word steward is not very accurate, but one can say co-creator, that is, actively participating in this. Well, and what is going on in the forms of disputes over the types of structure of the psyche, I would say, is in many ways a reflection of the past. So you named Al-Ghazali, Omar Khayyam, but you will agree that neither one nor the other gave the definition, what is actually a human? He just said that he combines the animal, demonic, and zombie types of psyche structure. But no one has given a definition, what is a human? And you will not find such a strict definition, especially they are careful when it comes to God. But the main thing is that the same Omar Khayyam, who named the mixture, but did not name another type of structure of the psyche. There have been many discussions on it. The fifth type of structure of the psyche, the fallen. I often go out near my school, and it's very painful for me to see how 12, 13-year-old girls, in our time this was not the case, there the guys smoked. And they understand that this will not be accepted either by their parents or teachers, that they do something that does not correspond to their inner ravious urges. They simply repeat like monkeys, because their movie idols have been smoking for a long time. And they sit there on the corner on the bench behind the schools and smoke. I say, girls, there's a monkey at the zoo, did you hear? The whole world reported. 16 years of smoking, and it quit, and you are just starting. That is, they stand on the way to what we name the fifth type of structure of the psyche. We gave it the name fallen, below the animal. Why? Because a person in general does not need narcotics, although in nature they do exist, and any parent would not want a child to take narcotics in any form, alcohol, tobacco, to say nothing of hard drugs. But why do people still use narcotics? What is going on here? Many people say, to relieve stress. Well, stress can be relieved in different ways. This is also known. Why do they still consume? Only because they saw it, and it's fashionable. What do you think?
I think that this is partly an escape from reality. This is correct, partly fashionable. This is partly a fear of the unknown. People do not know how to foresee many of the consequences of their actions. They don't know how it is done. In order to drown out this fear in oneself and in the society, in the joint consumption of drinks, or taking narcotics, people escape, take a drug. People escape this in their illusory world, or in the world of relaxation. Well, probably so.
So we talked about the 4 types of structure of the psyche, but we have not yet talked about the fact that the processes in the universe, all processes, they have a certain frequency. Since the processes are oscillatory, it means they are characterized by a certain frequency. That is, there are high-frequency processes and there are low-frequency processes. Now, if a child there from 10 to 12 years old begins to smoke and gets used to it, and smokes a pack of cigarettes a day, that is, 20 cigarettes per working day, so he breaks out of a certain stream 20 times. Anyone who is engaged in productive labor, governorial labor, creative labor, he is suddenly broken out of this process by instinctive urges. And the frequency of these urges is high enough such that the thought process that is going on, and especially creative people say, it helps me to think. It doesn't help to think. It is directing thoughts in a completely different direction. The same goes for alcohol. That is, all instinctive urges. One can directly say that the animal type of psyche structure is after all characterized by very high frequency processes. That is, all animal instinctive urges are high frequency processes. Zombies also have a certain frequency of perception of processes. Well, the demons are striving to move on to the understanding of social processes after all. Otherwise, how will they create? Another thing is that if he will help these processes to be constructive, then he must correlate this frequency with eternity. And eternity belongs only to God. And it turns out that the fallen type of structure of the psyche is really absent in animals. And animals, despite the fact that there are narcotics in nature, they did not use them. That is, whether we want it or not, we thought a lot about this. But in the very species Homo sapiens is formed, and it is very widespread, the fallen type of structure of the psyche. These people are nevertheless admitted to the governance towards the region, industry, country, and these people are constantly, and people who occupy high positions in the hierarchy of governance, their direct duty is to factually monitor very low-frequency processes. They are constantly being pulled out by high-frequency processes of use of narcotics. And he would like to, but he cannot do it. He cannot. Stable prohibitions appear on the unconscious levels of the psyche. This is manifested in the fact that many things will be uninteresting to him. He will not read the relevant literature, he will not reflect on such processes. Then the question is this done by someone consciously? Why is the narcotic launched with such massive sale? What? Those who are involved in governance do not understand that if a child is hooked on a cigarette, and then I'm not talking about health. This is generally the 10th thing there, because the argument about health does not work for a single smoker or consumer of alcoholic beverages. Now I am 18 years old, I want to smoke. And what will happen there in 20 years? No one at the age of 18 thinks that he will live these 20 years. But the question is different. When a person is constantly broken out from the resolution of some problems of the low-frequency area by the instinctive urge to use narcotics, he is a defective governor. He cannot fully evaluate, model the development of this or that process.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, it is known that tobacco was brought here from North and South America, and shamans used tobacco in order to govern the tribe. That is, these are filters that do not let the remaining other people go beyond the line where their world understanding develops. Or for example, alcohol, because it is known that in the 19th century in Russia, entire regions voted at their gatherings and refused to drink vodka. And the Synod decided that it was necessary to impose by force. That is, these are the facts in history, and the state supported the introduction of alcohol in society, so that people are governed, so that they do not meddle in what is not their business, so that they sit contentedly in their corner and do not interfere with anyone's life. But alcohol, if you take the physical effect, I may explain. I read in the conception of social safety that an erythrocyte, this is a red blood cell, if they stick together, they clog up such thin vessels, and oxygen does not flow to the neurons through the blood, and these neurons die. And a whole cemetery in the head of a person who regularly drinks, from cultural drinking of even a small amount, when opening, they find such holes as with moth-eaten felt. That is, in general.
Yes, the brain is elastic, and these areas affected by alcohol, it's a specific structure where if you poke your finger, it just breaks down. Well, that goes to show that
Man voluntarily refuses to leave.
yes, but you are right. That by all appearances, this is one of the elements of governance. Because if people for the most part begin to ponder over those low-frequency processes, how the world works, how does one worldview differ from the other, is there conceptual power, how conceptual power is connected with ideological, legislative, executive and judicial power, because all these 5 types of power, they are interconnected. And we are constantly being told about the division of powers. That is, a kaleidoscope is being imposed on us. So, a separation of powers is needed, and into 3 powers. This is legislative, executive, and judicial power. But above them, there are 2 more types of power, conceptual and ideological. Because conceptual power, this is people who form the conception, the subjective conception of governance towards the objective process of concentration of productive forces of society. Ideological power, these are those people who adapt this conception for consumption by society. Moreover, these people, consciously or unconsciously, it does not matter, they do not just adapt the conception for consumption by the whole society, they can pervert it. And Bulgakov, in his genius, I believe, novel, The Master and Margarita, for only one of its phrases. Everything else is there, one phrase there is key, where Pontius Pilate asks Yeshua, "You wanted to destroy the great temple and the great kingdom." And what does Yeshua answer? Matthew Levi is following me here with a goat parchment and taking notes. I read it and I was horrified. I never said anything like that. I told him, "Throw away this parchment," and he tore this parchment from me and ran away. That is, I believe that Stalin in no way forbade this novel. It is not necessary to demonize Stalin to such an extent. I even think that Stalin, as a graduate of the theological seminary, like no one else, understood this war. It was the hierarchs who forbade this novel. Because as soon as people would understand that there is a huge difference between the teaching of Christ and historically established Christianity, that the Gospels are only a retelling of this teaching, not always an adequate retelling. I can say a lot about what points are inadequate. That's it. How then to govern the crowd of the unchurched? That is, the ban on the novel The Master and Margarita did not come from Stalin. Stalin, on the contrary, was the one who aspired. So why would he, Stalin, then in his economic problems of socialism in the USSR, he what? Was it for a catchphrase that he said that it is necessary to make it so a person works 4 to 5 hours a day, and the rest of the time is for development, nravious development? Democrats can say whatever they want, but now everything is on the contrary. They make it so that a person does not have free time even to think. He must work 12 to 18 hours a day. What kind of development is there? Money, money, money must be earned. So, ideological power, it only conveys the conception to the people. And in our country, this ideological power was exercised by the Central Committee of the CPSU. And what did these guys in the CPSU Central Committee understand about conceptual power? They had no idea about it. But if there is no conceptual power here, this does not mean that it is not present anywhere. It is. But the legislative power, it forms laws on the basis of this conception. And the executive power implements this conception on the basis, of course, of those laws. And the judicial power protects this conception from the invasion of another conception. Everything works like clockwork. So, if we approach the types of structure of the psyche, of course, if everyone has a human type of structure of the psyche, then what should those who make laws do? We are now looking at the Duma. Why in society is there such a negative attitude towards those sitting in the Duma? Why? Has anyone thought about it? After all, it seems that laws are created for the blago. It is because they themselves say 3 to 5 laws work out of every 100 to 200 laws. The rest of the laws simply do not work. But laws do not arise by themselves. They arise as the result of the worldview to which they adhere. If they adhere to the biblical worldview, they will form such laws, even unconsciously, that would carry out this biblical conception in life. And we have nothing else. And why do they need people with a human type of psyche structure? Zombies, animals, demons to graze zombies and animals. And the fallen, these are those who are below the animal type of structure of the psyche. And let there be more fallen ones. After all, try to take a ride through the cemeteries. Now, with us, especially among men, about 50% do not reach the age of 40. So I even look at the house where I live. I remember them like this. They are 35, 40, they are already gathering at the cemetery. They did not find themselves in this new life after perestroika. They couldn't rebuild. And what happened with them? Let them all go there. But there really is. We live in a time when, nevertheless, it is given from nature by God to a person to be a human. And the time of propaganda, persuasion, apparently this time is over. Probably no one will prohibit. Everyone decides specifically. I will be a human, or I will be a zombie, or I will be an animal, without even realizing it. And the students, after they are given questionnaires, they ask me the question, who will decide which of us to be an animal, and which of us is a zombie? I tell them, you will decide. They say, how? And here is a paper for you. They read. Because you can put these priorities in such a way, who do you think you are after that? And there they have getting a buzz in the first place. I say, well, even in ancient times, there was such a culture as hedonism. This is the culture of getting pleasure. I ask, what for you is life? The answer is, life is to get a buzz. There is a buzz, there is life. No buzz, no life.
Basically, culture now is financial success, economic success, consumption, That is, the bulk of society, in the ideological sense, is economic success, a career, this is a consumer status.
Did you see the story on the TV on the Griboyedov channel yesterday? This guy was successful. He had 3 children, a new car. He burned down the car and went to burn his people. Who is he? People say, well, nutcase. I am absolutely sure that for every 100 of these successful people, they have achieved everything, an apartment, a car, or even a house, and suddenly they go straight to the top, and there is lots of money. And for what does he live? Sooner or later a person asks this question. If he does not wash down this business with vodka, pleasure, sooner or later it ends. And up there are no happy people. None. Do you think that Berezovsky is happy? Or Abramovich is happy? Of course, it's difficult to prove to an average person, wow, if I had these billions, I would. Our task is to help our young generation break out of this vicious circle. The biblical conception, it not only formed a technocratic culture, it forms the psychotype of the fallen, animals, and zombies in their majority. Because you are right, you said it yourself, it is easier to govern such people.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, now about the human structure of the psyche. That is, each of us in childhood looked at life differently, experienced different feelings, bright and sincere and joyful. Then, in the course of life, such things are less and less common in an adult, mainly a struggle for existence, whether productive labor or gubernatorial labor. You mentioned Bulgakov. I believe that the main thing is written there, that there is no more terrible vice than cowardice. That is, a person, an ordinary average person. He sees unprivateness. He sees how difficult it is for Dobrosovicious people, how they cannot resist the impudence, cynicism, or financial power of the forces they oppose. They say, how will I become a human? I cannot go with the bare heel, as they say, against a saber. He's afraid. He needs to be explained that the human type of structure of the psyche is supported from above, and the circumstances are formed in such a way that a person predeterminedly does not get into trouble, that it is possible to govern according to sophists. The main dialogue between Pilate and Yeshua about whether there was an execution or not was precisely about this. You can live according to your sophists, or only on the basis of the demonic type of psyche structure you achieve governance. The criterion of truth is practice, and if a person tries, even in our imperfect society, in his family, at his work, conflict-free governance can be established, and all circumstances will develop in his favor. This needs to be conveyed.
Well, the question that you raised, in order to convey, first of all, each person must decide whether God is or he is not. That is, it should not be faith in God, but faith towards God. And again we return to atheism. Atheism can be idealistic and materialistic. I have already said that it is easier to come from materialistic atheism to sincere faith towards God than from idealistic atheism. Why? For 1,000 years, Russia has been overcoming idealistic atheism. One of the objective prerequisites for revolutions, by the way, was as follows. In the mass, not at the level of consciousness, at the unconscious levels of the psyche. We have not yet touched on this theme, what is meant by the level of consciousness and unconscious levels of the psyche. But they say, is there a collective consciousness? No. Consciousness is always individual, but the collective unconscious is there. Jung wrote about this in his time. Egregors are formed on the basis of the collective unconscious, as a result of the fact that the world view of a group of people is one and the same, and an egregor is formed. And what is an egregor? This is a kind of field structure, egregor from the word aggregate, One should not be afraid of this word. This is a field structure, that is, it is material. It also has its own basis and necessarily information. And in it there is also measure. This is algorithmics. And a person who has fallen under the impact of this or that egregor, since egregors live longer, they are the result of the thinking activity of people, well with a certain range of interests. You can talk about the biblical egregor, about the Islamic egregor, you can talk about the egregor of smokers, you can talk about the egregor of alcoholics. A person having fallen under the influence of this egregor, he loses his will. He becomes a part and at the same time an energetic filler of this egregor. So, we are talking about the fact that there is idealistic atheism and there is materialistic atheism, and we talked about the fact that idealistic atheism was overcome at the unconscious levels of the psyche, and those who are now commonly called behind-the-scenes global conceptual power. It's not a matter of title, the point is different. Is there objectively such a phenomenon or not? And this is a question not of faith, it is a question of understanding. And society, in a huge 1/6 of the world, do you think that the behind-the-scenes did not see this? Has it not seen that this very biblical egregor that dominated our society is being destroyed? And what should have been done? They were forced to do this, to slip materialistic atheism in the form of the Marxian doctrine, which suddenly became omnipotent because it's true. But in none of its parts, except for some rudiments of methodology, could Marxism give society a constructive impulse. There was a lot of destructive. And one should only be surprised that, firstly, such a personality appeared in such a difficult period. You can talk about this separately, as you know, Birjayev studied for a long time that the Belarusian culture of the pre-Petrine times was one culture. After the times of Peter the Great, in the culture there appeared a lot of pro-Western directionality. He studied how it was, what happened, and then a turn started happening, and the West, again, did not like this turn. What really happened? He replied, the Russian people responded to Peter's reforms with the appearance of Pushkin. At the very beginning of our conversation, we talked about the fact that something happened that we called a change in the logics of social behavior, or a change in the standard frequencies of biological and social time. One can talk about this separately, but there was a very difficult period when the standard frequencies of biological and social time coincided. And the change in logics was the result of what? So, each system, it has many levels. Well, let's take at least the two closest levels. There are low frequency and high frequency systems. The high frequency level always adjusts itself to the low frequency level. Well, I'll explain with an example. Everything that happens in the biosphere is very low frequency processes, and all biological species adapt to the processes in the biosphere. Their vital activity in relation to the processes that take place in the biosphere is high frequency, and biological species adjust. If it suddenly happened that the frequency of biospheric phenomena, processes, exceeded the frequency of processes that occur in organisms, then the organism would die. But what happened in humanity itself? If you look far into the past, then man is the same biological species like all species, and this is now recognized and written a lot about. However, they are beginning to call it social Darwinism. This is not even the point. All species are taken from nature and they consume. But for man alone, this product of consumption, It is given to produce, and in order to produce it, technologies are needed. It takes a certain technology to produce this house. Technologies have always existed. There was the technology of building pyramids, the technology of irrigation structures, that is, in the main types of the life activity of man, there has always been certain technology, and the frequency of change of these technologies, in the global historical process, constantly increased. That is, the number of technologies increased and their lifespan decreased. And there was a time when tens of hundreds of generations was taken up by the life of technology in the main branches of the life of society. And naturally, a person lives day to day, he lives, his son, great-grandson, and it seemed to them that time did not move. Well, and the saying was, everything returns to normal. But when the time came when the frequency of the change of technologies coincided with the frequency of the change of generations, it was a very dangerous time for all mankind. This time fell on the first half of the 20th century. Oddly enough, the ancient Egyptian Znacharstva knew about this time. There are papyri on which it is shown how to track trends in technology, even in the primitive form in which they were, and the frequency of generational change. And they came to the conclusion that, in the astronomical sense, this will fall somewhere in the 20th century. Their understanding did not go further than this. For them, it meant an apocalypse, that there would be something terrible that would change the world. People would become different. So I would like to complete the explanation. For a very dangerous period of the change in the ratio between the standard frequencies of biological and social time. Why do we say standard frequency? And simply any periodic process can be measured with another periodic process, as in the cartoon, when the boa constrictor wanted to measure himself and did not know how. He took a parrot, measured himself, and turned out to be 38 parrots and one parrot's wing in length. Likewise, any periodic process cannot be measured on itself. And all processes in the universe, we said that they do not have statics. They are all oscillatory, which means they have a certain frequency. Therefore, the periodic process that we begin to measure with another periodic process we called the standard one. So, an astronomical periodic process, the frequency of rotation of the Earth around its axis, the frequency of rotation of the Earth around the Sun, we take in the quality of a standard, and we say, is the frequency of generational change a periodic process? Yes, it is periodic. We say the frequency of generational change may be every 25 years. It doesn't matter what to take, but generations change about 4 times per century. Is the frequency of change of technology a periodic process? Yes, it is a periodic process. But if the process of the changing of generations is a constant frequency throughout the history of mankind, then the frequency of the changing of technologies is variative. Since one frequency is constant and the other is variative, then someday they must coincide. So they paid attention to this. It coincided and fell in astronomical time in the first half of the 20th century. So, the Russian people, at this very dangerous time for the life of all mankind, for the whole civilization. Why so? On this time there fell 2 world wars. The First World War, 1914, the Second World War, 1939. We take a difference of 25 years. You see, we reached the frequency of generational change. So the Russian people responded to this with the phenomenon of Stalin. And Stalin passed away when the change in the ratio of the standard frequencies of biological and social time had completed, and generations began to enter life, now the 3rd generation, who actually live, we say, in a different logics. And how does that logics differ from the new logics? In the previous ratio of the standard frequencies of biological and social time, it was quite enough for anyone, being a student, to accumulate a sum of facts and operate with this sum of facts. And he could successfully not only convey his experience, it does not matter if he is a king or a craftsman or an engineer. And now, students come to the sum of the facts of the branch of science that they study. It always takes place. They finish, and after 5 years, completely different facts, factological information. So, now, methodological information will dominate. It is necessary to master the method of mastering new knowledge. In essence, we want to give society this methodology for mastering new knowledge. But at the same time, in the new logics, the animal type of psyche structure, the zombies, the demonic type of psyche structure, they are not effective. Because methodology can be mastered either by the demonic type of psyche structure or by the human one. But it is easier to move from the animal type of psyche structure to the human one, but faster, not easier, but faster from the demonic. And look to what we have returned. From the animal, it is easier, because it is not overloaded with what the zombie and the demon are overloaded with. It is easier, but not faster. That is, it takes more time. The demonic type of structure of the psyche, he thought over a lot, went through a lot. It seems faster, but more difficult. This is what you need to understand. It is more difficult for a demon to come to the human type of structure of the psyche, because he has already formed. The stereotype is already very stable in demonism. He wants to steer, he wants, well, roughly speaking, replace God with himself, and to return, to rethink. Basically, this is your relationship with God, the Almighty. But I'm coming back again. For 1,000 years, Russia was overcoming idealistic atheism. They slipped materialistic atheism. Materialistic atheism was overcome at the unconscious levels of the psyche in 3 generations, these 75, 72 years of Soviet power. What happened in August 1991? There were subjective and objective prerequisites for this. There are many subjective ones, but there is perhaps only one objective one. This is because society, not all those rudiments of philosophy that were given just passed away without consequences, just to pass the exams. There were people who did not even ponder over it, and the emergence of the conception of social safety. This is not about us, the collective of authors that I represent. It is about the needs that objectively arose as a result of a new logics of social behavior. If not us, then others would have appeared. We have no doubt about it. Why? Because since society, at the unconscious levels of the psyche, has already overcome the idealistic atheism of all churches, has overcome materialistic atheism. I say it again, it is more difficult to overcome idealistic atheism. It takes a lot of time. Why? Because it is very sophisticated. It has many varieties. It has Islamic atheism. There is a difference between Quranic Islam and historically established Islam. We have such a book. It all happened in pageant. We try to show it this way, based on the film The White Sun of the Desert.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, so materialistic atheism, idealistic atheism, that is, to put it simply, idealistic atheism is a belief in a God who is not, and materialistic atheism is a denial of God that is, God is not. But every person, if you ask anyone, he says that there is something and believes in something, in the universe, the higher reason, the cosmos. That is, it is given to him on an intuitive level to understand that someone has created all this. And whether nature is deified or a subject is appointed, but because people probably were sufficiently educated, they were given a certain idol, a system of scriptures and icons. Now churches are being built everywhere, a large number. Priests are being introduced instead of commissars in the armies.
It is the same. Well, in relation to, firstly, idealistic and materialistic atheism. Well, materialistic atheism directly says God is not. Then, true, we are already repeating ourselves. It is at least easy to talk to him. Well, there is no God, but what is there? And so a person can be led to faith. Not in God, however, but to faith towards God. The Church says that there is faith in God. So I can believe in this stone with the same success. Yes, it is. But in idealistic atheism, its main danger, because when you said that everyone intuitively feels that there is something, it is not in vain that when something presses a person he starts, "Oh my God." In addition to intuition, there is one more thing, what the Church does not like to talk about. This is the connection, in Latin, religion, of a person with God, a connection from birth to death. There is this. How is it expressed? It is expressed in the fact that God speaks with a person in the language of life circumstances, with everyone. The question is, does a person hear this language of God? Or even if he hears, and not everything that God says to the person in the language of life circumstances is pleasing to the person. A person can brush it off. And then we say that he enters into the area of allowance. That is, a person has a choice. Either he works for the realization of God's providence, or for some time he passes into the area of allowance. Feedback lines begin to act. Because there are no closed systems, all systems are open, but there are enclosed systems.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, sorry. That is the people, even if we take the Proverbs and Saints. God sees the truth. God marks scoundrels. It is clear to the people without any churches.
This is the collective. At the level of the collective unconscious, the word has already been coded.
And probably, indeed, observing this or that family of such a kulak, a world-eating type, not during the life of even one person, but throughout the life of the family, it was noticed that something wrong happens with this family. That is, if this family humiliates, parasitizes on others, shows its demonism in communication, sooner or later it will be overtaken by troubles, illness or something else. There is also a very interesting historical anecdote about churches. Once there was a dog, a wise dog, and he ran past a large bunch of cats. The cats had gathered in a circle. The fattest cat came out of there and said, "Pray. It is known for certain that if casting aside all doubts, we offer prayers, then mice will fall from the sky." The dog listened and listened, ran up and said, "These are funny cats, because both me and my ancestors were commanded that, if having cast aside all doubts, we raise our prayers to God, sugar bones will fall from the sky." This is a kind of illustration that the churches in the name of Christ and Christianity are two different things. Lev Nikolaevich Tolstoy was excommunicated precisely because
he called Christianity Paulinism.
Yes, that the canon that is now set forth has nothing to do with the historically real Christ, that the teaching of Christ is adapted for the crowd elite pyramid. And so it has been for 2000 years. And that water explains the true state of affairs, which a person himself can, by the method of practice, turning through his service directly to God without intermediaries. He can see that he will have an answer in the language of life circumstances. The only thing is that he will have to change something in himself. That is, if he violates reality, if he parasitizes, if he himself wants to climb to the top of the pyramid, there is nothing to expect from God. You can expect something from egregors who will support him and help him, getting something in return. So, Vladimir Mikhailovich, returning to the types of the structure of the psyche, knowledge is only a dowry to the type of structure of the psyche. How can you illustrate that for a person, the acquisition of knowledge and skills without a certain type of structure of the psyche is useless, or they cannot be fully used. By what is this caused?
Yes, the caveat is absolutely correct. Any knowledge, as a consequence of this, when considering the types of structure of the psyche, is only a dowry to the type of structure. That is, one and the same knowledge, if it comes to the individual with an animal type of psyche structure, there will be one result. To a zombie, another. To a demonic type, a third. To a human, a fourth. And to a fallen one, a fifth. And as a rule, to the fallen type, knowledge is already not needed. Before perestroika, there was no such sharp difference. Now there are people who do not need any knowledge at all. They turn into fallen. Another word is not suitable for them.
Sorry, Vladimir Mikhailovich. So, to illustrate the following type of psyche structure, even by faces, if a person comes to Finland or here, if he sees homeless alcoholics, then they have the same faces, certain beastly faces.
Yes, there are fewer in Finland, but they are there, and we, unfortunately, have a lot of them. The statistics of their deaths are the most expressive. People hate them. They interfere with life, because a drunkard behaves in the full sense of the word unpredictably. But we have touched upon such a serious question connected with religion. Here is a question for everyone. Does God need churches? Temples? Does God need icons? What? Is it God that is depicted on the icon? God does not need this. People need all this. Honestly, there is nothing special in this. We must directly and honestly say, God does not need all this. We need this because we want to comprehend something limitless with our limited mind. It is impossible to cognize limitlessness. So we mention how in 1931 there was such an Austrian mathematician, Kurt Gödel, who formulated the incompleteness theorem. When did he formulate it? In 1931. That is, just at the moment when the change of the standard frequencies of biological and social time was ongoing. This incompleteness theorem says approximately the following. In any system, one can formulate some statement that can neither be refuted nor proven, if one does not go beyond the framework of this system. That is, if translated into our language, exactly about what does it speak? This speaks to the fact that our reason is arranged in such a way that it wants to measure limitlessness with its limitedness. It does this because it's trying to cognize, to expand the measure of the uncognized. And cognition, in this sense, is endless. But the question, is there God or not? Within the biblical system, it is impossible to prove or disprove. This is just one of those known illustrations. What? They did not know about this before? They knew. People knew about this. But the formulation of it absolutely so clearly, this is only by Kurt Gödel. Although this seems to be for mathematics, theologians, historians, they are right in hysterics. Why are you extending this theorem to such things related to religion? And because the genius of this mathematician is precisely concluded in the fact that he formulated it clearly. It is called the incompleteness theorem. That is, everything that is complete is not entirely logical, or what is illogical is incomplete. That is, our reason is so arranged that, in principle, give the order and it will logically prove anything. There was such a philosopher, Alexei Stepanovich Khomyakov. He was a contemporary of Pushkin. If you study, you can come to the conclusion, you just need to be able to read them, that his level of understanding of logic was much higher than that of Gödel. Why? Because he said that inner consciousness that is inherent in man is far broader than any logic. So, if we understand by inner consciousness the unconscious levels of the psyche, where it is not the left hemisphere with abstract logical thinking that acts, but the figurative with its obrazes, it is really far wider. Here, on the basis of abstract logical, we are trying to build connections between the obrazes of the unconscious, that is, what we call a world view. A world understanding is what is already expressed in a certain lexicon. Naturally, any logic, it can be any logic chosen unconsciously. And here we are just touching on the theme that now a person is given an instrument. It was given long ago, in ancient times, as a certain subjective element of cognizing of the world. That is, dialectics. This is just a word. There stands a certain phenomenon behind it. With the help of dialectics, we can, firstly, distinguish what we perceive. There is the objective world, and there is our subjective perception of it. These are two completely different things. This is that about which idealists and materialists argued. They argued in vain, because yes, there is an objective world, but there is also its tracing, its obrazes in our minds. But to say that if I do not have obrazes, then this world also does not exist, as the subjective idealists used to say, it simply cannot be called anything other than stupidity. But after all, the main question of philosophy, as we are told, what is primary, consciousness or matter? Why not ponder?
We were taught, being determines consciousness.
They taught us a lot of things. The problem is not what we were taught. The problem is different. Why is our reason arranged in such a way that we perceive it uncritically? Although I think that we are not the only ones who have thought of such things, we simply expressed perhaps one of the first things that have already matured. A person largely encodes what information is in obrazes. There is no thing without an obraz. If some phenomenon, this is also a thing, has already designated itself. The question of when a code, a word, a measure will be given to it, it is only a question of time.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, so a picture has arisen in my head about knowledge being only a dowry to the structure of the psyche. A man behind the lever of some vehicle. Now he has received knowledge of how to govern this vehicle. He has levers. But after all, everyone understands what kind of governor is behind these levers, behind such a vehicle. That is, the structure of the psyche, what he wants to do behind this vehicle, where he will direct this vehicle. It leads to constructiveness or destructiveness. That is, do I understand correctly that the structure of the psyche is what is inside a person, and knowledge is driving a machine? And we are all not indifferent to what this bulldozer driver will do in our society.
Well, as far as I understand, you yourself are the driver behind the wheel. So you are walking on the road. You don't see a person. There are cars. But despite the fact that you don't see an individual, can you determine, by the way the car is going, especially how sharply it turns, or he tries by any means to squeeze his way in, blocks, cuts off, can you determine what type of structure of the psyche this person belongs to?
Well, now I can, of course. If you are a hooligan, you cut people off. If you behave impolitely...
Yes, you are right to give such an example. Yes, he has been given a car, just as he has been given society. So we landed such a half-demon, half-zombie Yeltsin. What, he is really a human? Who, leaving the plane, he represents not even a state, but an entire civilization, and this was recorded. Or he goes out and starts dancing kalinka, drunk. It is given to him, and he must be responsible for his actions, and all sorts of things when they say, well, of course, he is also a human. He is not a human. If he were a human, that is, he would rule in his place. The president is the head of the executive branch, but he must behave accordingly. But we can evaluate who he is by type of structure of the psyche. At least we can evaluate that this is not a human type of psyche structure, even if he did not drink, but by his behavior. Yes, we judge a person by his behavior and by the way he governs. No matter if it's an automobile or society, but the point is different, so we have given our evaluation. How much is it his fault? Who prepared him? And what kind of system of preparation of cadres did we have? And is there a system of preparation of cadres now? After all, the word governance was not at all in their lexicon. Do you know about this? Until 1990, the word conception was not in the lexicon at all. These words have appeared only now. And about the fact that we live not only the way we work, but above all the way we are governed. Because Marxism clearly said there is mental labor and there is physical labor. And they believe that the president is a worker of mental labor. But the excavator who digs the ditch is a worker of manual labor. But do you understand that this is nonsense? Why? Because the digger, to dig a ditch, what? His head does not work? Does the mind not work? Any individual who is engaged in some kind of labor, he also connects with the mind. The division of labor into the sphere of production and the sphere of governance is a more adequate formulation of the question. But if you work in the field of governance, then probably the question should arise. Who, according to the types of psyche structure, should be allowed to govern? Can a person with an animal type of psyche structure be allowed to govern the country? Or a zombie? If he's a zombie, then what kind of conception of development can we talk about?
Well, Bill Clinton was distracted. He left the office, and all the affairs, the scandal with Monica Lewinsky. The man dropped out of governorial processes for a little joy.
But American society was not interested in this. American society wondered whether he lied or did not lie on oath. And what type of psyche their president had, this was of no interest to them. Because American society is politically absolutely illiterate. This is also a bunch of people with an animal type of psyche structure and the type of psyche structure of a zombie. And they put forward for us this democracy as an example. What kind of democracy is there?
Governed democracy, a new term. Today, Vladimir Mikhailovich, they showed Margaret Thatcher, 80-year birthday, and a meeting with the Queen. And now, the Iron Lady, who was the longest reigning Prime Minister in the 20th century, made a very expressive leaning curtsy, sat down in front of the Queen and the Queen's husband. It was very touching from the outside. In quotes, I mean. That is, it is very reminiscent of Who is Who when saluting from the movie Kinzaza.
Absolutely right. Kinzaza, cool. And so the Iron Lady turned into a character. By this alone, she turned into one character from the film Kinzaza. Cool.
Yesterday, a very interesting moment was reported, that a young man splashed water on Gorbachev. Also a very interesting point. But it only hit the presenter, only a few drops flew onto Gorbachev. That is, the host, Gorbachev, water, Vladimir Mikhailovich. Here, in the sufficiently general theory of governance, in the appendix, in the chapter Natural Order of Power, there is a very interesting and curious moment. Relevant or not relevant, we will now immediately decide. I have a question. If we, too, will keep the head of state in our minds now, and will read this moment, in your opinion, In what time and place are we? Suppose that a certain individual supports with his activity a certain process, at the same time being a carrier of information inherent in some higher frequency process. Under the impact of the collective unconscious, in some circumstances, the information inherent to a higher frequency process will be activated. If in his psyche a high frequency process has a higher priority than a lower frequency one, then the individual will enter a high frequency process, egressing from his support of a relatively low frequency one. This can have different consequences depending on the parameters of the low frequency process. A relatively low frequency process can collapse if it is critical in relation to the activity of precisely this individual and is conditioned by it. The process can continue its course. The individual, after some time, will be able to return to supporting it by his activity. The process can continue its course, and the individual will lag behind it in time and will not be able to return to it under any circumstances. The process can change its course as a consequence of the distortion of its previous course in the period of time after the individual has given preference, consciously or unconsciously in relation to the consequences, to supporting a high-frequency process. This change can be either reversible or irreversible, depending on the character of the process. In this connection, the question is, where are we now? What is the logics?
I think that we are at a stage when an individual supporting very low frequency processes with his activity periodically enters high frequency processes, but at the minimum level holds also very low frequency processes. This stage is characteristic of today's time. Well, I would say so. If we consider the situation, for example, with the year 2000, when an individual entering the governance towards society under certain conditions, I will not name them, everyone knows about them, should have understood that the whole system by the year 2000, it was built in such a way that it supports governance from the outside, well, which is carried out in relation to our society. And all the authorities are there, not here. And just imagine, you are in the place of such a governor. We have two ways out. To start destroying everything and all these governors. I think there is no problem with this. There is compromising evidence for everyone. You cannot get there without compromising evidence. Start destroying them, well, and very quickly break your own neck. Because if the system puts you there, then it will quickly remove you. If a person thinks, if he understands the correlation between low frequency and high frequency processes, then he can build a strategy, when it is possible, while supporting the low frequency process, to periodically enter high frequency processes, make a decision at this level, and still enter, understand, feel the low frequency processes. What does it mean? Oh, so for you, all the authorities are there? Okay, then I'll be the main authority there. But you will anyhow make decisions in accordance with the decisions that are made by those authorities. Then you, involuntarily, finally, at a certain moment, you will make decisions in accordance with the fact that I have become an authority. Well, let's see. But is there now in the world a more authoritative person, well, at the level of the executive power, well, among the leaders? Maybe Berlusconi, Blair, maybe Bush, or maybe Schroeder? And let us just look at the Western press. I regularly look at 10 to 20 Western newspapers. Over the past 2 years, there has not been a single newspaper of the largest in the world, in Spain, Germany, France, Italy, the United States, England, where there are no complaints against our leader. There have not been any. This suggests that ideological power is the second power. The task of which is to present the conception in a form that is convenient for understanding for society, and therefore the conceptual power is not satisfied with something in his activities. But now to wage an open war against his circle, and I as a person of course would like him to put his circle in place, because it's difficult for me to believe that he does not understand this, that they are just performers. But he sees also in their deeds. If he gives any instructions, they are simply sabotaged. But again, let's put it like this. Where are the cadres that, well, we have already discussed governance, that correspond to the type of structure of the psyche that can support low-frequency processes? What, maybe Kudrin, Gref? Will we see their activity? Where is there something, even not in words, but at least in the eyes? Except for, how may I serve you, and in the future, sabotage you? This is my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong?
Thank you, Vladimir Mikhailovich. So, the human type of structure of the psyche. It is right for us to talk about their predominance, because this is the future. If you look at the main thing in the conception, dead water, that culture will be transformed if the human type of psyche structure prevails in society. Now, this is not about that it does not prevail, but these cases are isolated, although each of us all contain this component. Because we were children, because we understand through service, we are able to distinguish between dobro and evil. But life is arranged in such a way that a person has to work with elbows and scratch out with teeth, scoop out that share of happiness for himself as he formulated it for himself. In this regard, the question is, practically, what should a person of any age start with if he hears such information about the types of psyche structure?
Well, let us begin with the last thing you said. If he hears about this information, our opponents often give us a complaint. We will say adversaries, opponents, although we don't have adversaries. Well, people are people, as they say, the housing question has spoiled them. Well, we are talking about objections. They say, you divided everyone. You have divided everyone into types of structure of the psyche. First, we didn't divide anyone. The question should be posed as follows. Objectively, was there a stratification according to the types of psyche structure in society? What do you think?
There was.
There was. Let's say there is some kind of objective phenomenon. Stratification according to the types of structure of the psyche is an objective phenomenon. Are all objective phenomena accessible to the consciousness of a person if he does not even ponder over them?
Not all.
Not all. So we paid attention to the fact that such a phenomenon exists. An obraz of this phenomenon emerged, and we gave this obraz, that is, the very stratification according to the types of the structure of the psyche, we gave a certain lexicon. We named it. Not so easy, by the way. It was all a very long process. If anyone has read the books that we publish, we first spoke about this in our work. It was first called From Matriarchy to Humanness. Then it was called From Humanoidness to Humanness. There we came to understand that such types of psyche structure exist. Question: if objectively, stratification according to the types of psyche structure exists as a phenomenon, but nowhere in a determined lexicon is it expressed, there is anyhow a certain dynamics of movement from an animal to a zombie to demonic, right?
Right.
After this objective phenomenon, the obraz of which has arisen in a certain part of the people, lexicon is given to this obraz, that is, the obraz is coded. Has the dynamics changed?
Probably changed.
Which way?
Well, if the orientation towards the human type of structure of the psyche is objective, then
It has changed, as you said, and if people have found out about it, has it gotten worse or better? That is, of course, it has always been. We are still being told, again as a complaint, well, probably only you have a human type of psyche structure. We say, no, we are people, the same as everyone else. The question is different. Objective, ideal. Now, if the objective becomes clearly determined, having given a definition to the human type of structure of the psyche, we put in the vector of objectives, in this list of what a person is striving for, in the first place. The objective appears. We say, we also strive to incarnate into our life this human type of psyche structure. But this does not mean that only we are with a human type of psyche structure, and all the rest are animals, zombies, and so on. That is, we are talking about the objectives and about the fact that in the vector of objectives, if a person understands, our youth, now it begins to understand, and at first unconsciously, then consciously, a person begins to form a vector of objectives. And if it expresses all this in clear, accurate lexical forms, if we helped in expressing this, made understanding of this available, is it good or bad?
of course good.
If we increase the speed of dynamics, movement towards the human type of structure of the psyche,
Vladimir Mikhailovich, I agree with you. There is such a question. Many can understand in such a way that, how come? Instincts, they are also needed. Or, for example, culture, you also need to cognize it. Or, for example, reason, it is simply necessary. That is, the human type of structure of the psyche does not mean that I should not rely on my instincts, should not know the culture, and should not include reason.
the point is that this person knows that he has instincts, and he relies on the knowledge of these instincts. This person knows what culture he lives in. He understands what is good and what is bad about this culture, and he goes on to creativity. Moreover, creativity can be in any activity, whatever he does. Here you gave an example with a janitor and a philosopher. Another question, who is more of a creator? Sometimes the philosopher can be so destructive, and the janitor, already in the fact that he is a cleaner, there was also such a film, The Cleaner, that is, we are talking about the fact that a person understands all this, understands the relationship, and yet the main thing will be his relation towards God, his relation towards the almightiness of God, his relation towards providence. If he understands this, and a lot is connected with this understanding, we often start some kind of activity. Even when we were getting together, I said, it is important that all this becomes accessible in order to convey this information. So, you know, but you need a mood, and how to make sure that the mood is good and dobrious. That is, this is how we tune the piano. The tuner's tuning fork tunes the piano, and a good, dobrious mood. There is also a kind of tuning fork. If a person catches this dobrious mood at least once, catches this note, la, and then he will constantly reproduce in his psyche and will get down to business in his narrowly specialized activity. And I also say to my students, so I understand that you came to the lecture, everyone in a very different mood. Someone is in trouble at home, someone grappled with someone on the way here, but if we came to work together, then let's tune into a good mood, Dobry's mood. And what is the essence of this tuning fork? So, it is connected with the fact that if a person, an individual, does not recognize that God, He is the Almighty, and has a certain providence, and that He speaks to everyone in the language of life's circumstances. So if a person recognizes this, he recognizes that God is the main governor, that everything is under His governance, then he should also have a reaction to this. The essence of this reaction is as follows. Everything that happens in the best possible way, but with such an addition. With that objective nraviousness inherent in all people, including me, I am a co-participant in all matters. As soon as we touch this moment, a Dobry's good mood should arise. What needs to be done to make things go better, to get things done? Well, first of all, pay attention to the fact, since everyone is an accomplice, then what is my personal nraviousness? Am I doing everything in order to get closer to this ideal objective?
Vladimir Mikhailovich, sorry. After all, the relationship of a person with God, it seems to me, is very important for him, in order to understand the properties of the system itself, what life is, how he should live in this life. And before denying, or say, confirming the presence of God, a person needs to at least make sure of this. For example, you can't tell if you don't go to the door and don't press the bell whether someone is there or not. That is, a person, in essence, should, without being cheeky, calmly, maybe alone, ask the Almighty the question, whether you are or not. Give me an answer. After that, a person, as I understand it, should simply observe the events of his life for some time. And as far as I know, from my experience and the experience of other people, inevitably a convergence of unusual events that go beyond probability theory occurs. And in the heart there is born such a joyful response. Here I am. If you press the bell all the time, then the reaction stops, because this is how the sensor starts to work. Because when a person understands that life has answered him, God answered him, then for a person this, of course, is a revelation. He begins to live in a different way, because he understands that he is not alone in this life, that he can impact the circumstances of this life. And here already begins something that can be talked about. That is, already in co-creation, in collaboration with God, a person can change his life for the better with all his resources. And here the question of courage or cowardice begins. God supports the human structure of the psyche. A person can, with the help of low-frequency processes, form in such a way as to impact as much as possible in terms of irreversibility of the results. Or he cannot do this, and selfishly stuff his cellars with grain like a hamster, which then anyway will rot. But with the discovery of young rice, he moves towards the fact that he will overcome such a thing as famine. It's another matter if we quickly introduce all the novelties of culture and technology, including in energetics. Well, probably in the type of structure of the psyche in which mankind is, we will see no less terrible picture than now. And in this regard, I would like to say that a sense of measure is very important. That is, as I understand it, with a human type of psyche structure, a person intuitively finds a sense of measure, tunes in to the universal measure. And even the demons who govern, they understand that there is no need to take too much there in allowance. The greedy do not live long. That is, these people, they try to imitate a sense of measure, so that, God forbid, they do not exceed the limits of allowance. That is, a person who lives according to measure, a person who has studied at least the sufficiently general theory of governance, correlated this with his life. How can a person be helped to discipline consciousness? Some fragments, some pictures, scraps of memories are constantly flickering with him. That is, if a person simply sits and tries to concentrate, he will not succeed very quickly. An effort of will is required. Some say there is will, but power of will there is not. How to help such people, who are the majority among literate and governorially consistent people? So maybe a lot of questions at once.
Well, I will try. In general, your question already contains more than half of the answers. That is, your questions are more of the character, do you agree with me or not?
I was preparing.
Yes, well, I agree, because you have already said a lot yourself. But if a person has will, then he also has power of will. It doesn't work the way you said. Once again, a person has a will. An animal has an impulse. When there is no power of will or will, he simply acts on the basis of impulses. For an animal, it is normal. It was born as an animal. It will die as such. For it, this is the norm. For a person, well, again, if the signs of subjectness, these are nraviousness and will, because there can be anything. But if these two parameters, nraviousness and will, are absent, then there is no person either.
Well, after all, as I understand it, most people consider nraviousness, what is good and what is bad, or say a person's relation towards the events that occur in life. He models these events or he evaluates the past. Совесть is given for this as an instrument. He considers it an abstract category. He does not imagine that nraviousness is part of the algorithmics of governance, that nraviousness is a governorial category. That is, we can say that this is about such a model, that if there is a level of consciousness, let's say the roots of the tree, which collect all the necessary information from the soil, there is a tree trunk. Suppose it is nraviousness, that is, a person, having shown himself in a certain situation, lays out some kind of fiber or brick, or connective tissue or computer networks. Further, the crown is the unconscious levels of the psyche, which are intertwined in the collective unconscious. So let's imagine such a model. When a person removes nraviousness, for example, the Western model, when he removes nraviousness of совесть, replaces it with a psychotherapist, sits in a circle around the therapist, and John says, "Listen, Mike, did I do bad there, or did I do good? I cannot figure it out." That is, a person has a very important connecting element between consciousness and unconscious levels of the psyche, nraviousness. As a connecting wire system, only a wireless system remains. These are emotions, that is, consciousness, nraviousness, unconscious levels of the psyche, and emotional impact, because the unconscious levels of the psyche also need to talk to consciousness. And if they pull him out, then the person does not understand. He feels some kind of discomfort, but he cannot change anything, because the possibilities of consciousness are limited. The unconscious levels of the psyche would be happy to help, but they do not have a single component that connects consciousness and unconscious levels of the psyche. And all he has to do is to call his psychotherapist, pay him $300 per hour, and say, "Well, explain to me whether I did good or not." And the Scientological project that has been going on. Freudianism is already a century old. Psychotherapy is the project that is replacing the Christian project. We, as always, like in The Last Carriage, rush to build churches. In the West they think, how to fall them away and give something new. At least it already exists, that is, this is a full-time psychotherapy. How to help Pinocchio remain Pinocchio forever. But, Vladimir Mikhailovich, consciousness, unconscious levels of the psyche, emotions, this informational algorithmic complex, nraviousness. After all, it is important to explain that nraviousness is not a fairy tale, what is good and what is bad, that it is a connection in this complex, and if it is not there, the person practically does not govern his life.
Well, I will try to explain now and put now a shorter answer to this question. Again, we need to push off from certain initial things, that the difference between consciousness and the unconscious levels of the psyche, lies in the speed of information processing. At the level of consciousness, it is 15 to 16 bits per second. At the unconscious levels of the psyche, the speed of information processing is tremendous rates, that is, billions of times higher. And hence, the whole algorithmics of our behavior, it is formed in the form of obrases at the unconscious levels of the psyche. They all the time, from the morning when we wake up, as consciousness turned on, and before we went to bed, we do a lot unconsciously. We don't think about how I'll take a step there, move my leg, what will happen, and all the forces of gravity and everything else. Step here. We are acting unconsciously. Indeed, during the day we meet with huge volumes of information, visual, tactile, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and we don't need all of it in life. In addition, this information is superimposed on the information that we have received over our entire life experience. And even before birth, when we were a zygote, we received, at the genetic level, through the chromosomal apparatus, all the information from our ancestors. This is a huge amount of information. And in life, we don't need such huge amounts of information every day. When we fall asleep, consciousness turns off, and all information is processed. What does the phrase, "it is being processed," mean? Many people notice that they suddenly wake up, somewhere at 4 to 5 in the morning. Well, I noticed this for a long time, and we have dreams. Dreams are what we are able to bring to the level of consciousness. If I can tell my dream, it means that the obrases that I have at the unconscious levels of the psyche have surfaced, and I can more or less turn them into lexicon. If I say, I have not had a dream, then I simply forgot these pictures, but I have them. This is the difference between consciousness and the unconscious levels of the psyche. And the whole algorithmics of our behavior is formed there, at the unconscious levels of the psyche. They say, there is even such a term, consciousness, as on autopilot, rides on the unconscious levels of the psyche. And it's right. And what then unites consciousness and the unconscious levels of the psyche? Nraviousness. Nraviousness unites. And in order to change the algorithmics that are formed at the unconscious levels of the psyche, algorithmics are a certain sequence of our actions, we must, it turns out, reconsider our evaluations of what was, what we accepted. And these pictures of a kaleidoscope flicker, and if you want to discipline your own, but what do we discipline? Consciousness or unconscious levels of the psyche?
Consciousness.
Consciousness. Consciousness only approves or does not approve. We must streamline, give them a certain measure. Consider what I have there. I recently met with one person here. He knows so much. He has read esoteric literature. His head is simply overfilled with a huge amount of factological knowledge, but he is unhappy because he has a kaleidoscope in his head. And only after almost 10 hours of talking did he admit, yes, I probably have a kaleidoscope. What is the difference between a kaleidoscope and a mosaic? Any child who has looked into a kaleidoscope knows. You turn this tube, and there you will see a new picture every time, but you cannot predict which picture is next. That is, the kaleidoscopic worldview does not allow to form a model of the future. It does not allow to see the future, which means it does not allow to govern. And to govern is to foresee. It does not allow to foresee. That is, the one who admits that the world is a set of accidents, that everything in it is accidental, he, by default, admits that he does not govern anything, himself included. He is not a subject even in relation to himself. And then to your question, how to help, I can say that a mosaic is different from a kaleidoscope. Mosaic and kaleidoscope are just words. And so as not to talk for a long time, I once told, and so I say, I, for example, have a kaleidoscopic worldview, and you have a mosaic, or vice versa, and an obraz arises. So in the mosaic, before creating an artistic canvas, there is also glass. It is applied, and each piece of glass is adjusted to each other by their boundaries. You turn one, and all the surrounding glass turns. It is just an obraz to show that the world is one and holistic, and everything in the world is conditioned by cause-effect relationships. It is difficult to convey this in words. I'll tell you a short formula now. It is impossible to say that anyone has an absolute kaleidoscope or an absolute mosaic. A little bit of a kaleidoscope, a little bit of a mosaic. And what remains to be done? If a person has perceived all of this, he has understood, well, I can say in relation to myself, I do it regularly. I take my mosaic view of the world, scatter it, and put it back together. I look. Is the picture repeated, or has something changed in the picture? If something has changed abruptly, it means that there is a kaleidoscope in my mind, at least some part of the kaleidoscope. If it has not changed, because glass is an obraz of facts. Let us look at our entire history before Christianity, before the baptism of Rus. Did the Russian civilization have a history? And was there any statehood? Or was there nothing before Kievan Rus, before the baptism? There was. Under Sviatoslav, under Igor, under all the Rurikoviches, was there? There was. And there was some written history, there was an interpretation of the facts. And after the baptism of Rus, it turns out we had nothing there. We all start only from baptism. This is obvious stupidity, but the Church supports it. It supports that we were wild, uneducated, but this cannot be. We were like that and then boom, and suddenly we became dramatically different. It doesn't work that way. Then the Romanovs came. Again, some facts, and the whole history changed. Then the 1917 revolution. Another history again. But it can't be that way. The revolution of 1991 has passed. Again, everything is different. It just goes to show that those historians who interpret history have a kaleidoscope in their heads. Another thing is how conscious it is, and how unconscious it is. But there is no mosaic picture of the world. A methodology is needed, so that, if a new fact appears, to rethink the entire mosaic picture of the world and see where this fact can be inserted into the mosaic picture, if it is mosaic. If a person does not think, he does not think about life, does not ponder over those questions, it is pointless to tell him, if he lives only by getting up, eating, going to bed, coming back.
He will regret it, because at a ripe old age, when he prepares to leave the world, then he will start asking himself questions. But it will be too late.
As a rule, not everyone lives to old age. And those who do live to old age, and this is very often observed, these people, as they say, their minds go. Because for the inadequacy of world perception, in old age you have to pay a very high price. Instead of a psychiatric hospital,
Vladimir Mikhailovich, so the sense of measure. So a person who lives with an inner sense of measure, because many people do not read the conception and do not know the conception. But nevertheless, Dobry's people, there are many of them, even in our great Russia. In villages, in cities, people live according to service. Yes, they do not know the sciences, have received some kind of education, but as a whole, their life is developing in a good way. That is, they have a sense of measure.
That's right. It is inherent from birth. And in life, this sense of measure, there are 5 senses: vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, on the basis of which we receive information. Up to 95% of information comes to us through sight. And there is a 6th sense. It is correctly called the sense of measure. This is when a person, the consonants of all information. It never occurred to us that everyone would necessarily read and learn our materials. No. Of course, our people, for the most part, especially those who are directly involved in labor, they don't have time to ponder. But still, there is some kind of idea, an inner idea, some kind of inner worldview. Another thing is that they cannot, perhaps, express this worldview in such a way in words, because it's difficult for them to find words. But I can say about such people that they have precisely a Mosaic worldview.
Do I understand correctly that a person emits, he also emits and receives fields? And a person who tuned in to the emission of the sense of measure, he sends, say, a kind of supercomputer for simplicity, his desires, his intentions, plans, his attitude, and depending precisely on the attunement of his sense of measure and the encompassing universal measure, he, say, wishes, they have priority. It is precisely on account of this that the human structure of the psyche thrives on long intervals of time, which is why these people are protected. They have nothing to fear, because the future is reflected, planned, projected at the unconscious levels of the psyche every time. And even more so, it acts from the level of consciousness. People know that the word can cripple. People, for example, must be very careful even in their thoughts, even as you write in a dream. If a person has sent a curse, then this is also a signal, and it can somehow be fulfilled. But this will necessarily be followed by retribution. A person does not need to think for a long time in order to have a lot of such experiments in his life. But nevertheless, people do not believe that it is possible to live in a Dobrys way, according to their совесть. They are afraid to live in a Dobrys way, according to their совесть. They show their worst qualities to protect their own interests. It is possible to explain to people that the human type of psyche structure is of a much higher priority, but practice is needed. A person must believe that he has nothing to fear.
Well, firstly, it is desirable, highly desirable, that the human type of structure of the psyche, at least that there would be an understanding of it, for a person, an individual, to come to this before puberty. That is when he comes into adulthood. If he has achieved the human type of structure of the psyche, he can then break down. But if he has achieved this human type of structure of the psyche, or at least realized this as an objective, to become human, and for this, we have already said, a lot is needed. This is relation towards God, towards providence, towards almightiness. And God is not that. So, in what is idealistic atheism more dangerous? It is more dangerous than materialistic atheism, because it shows that God is here, Christ. I remember how they told me on the radio of Belarus, just don't touch on Christ. And when I started on this theme, a grandmother immediately called and said, "What? You don't believe that Christ is God?" And what can I tell her? If I try to say that at the Council of Nicaea in 325, by voting, as in the Central Committee, they decided that Christ is God, although if this grandmother had read the Gospel, and had she been attentive, even in her youth, if she read, then she would have been convinced that Christ there never says that he is God. And to impose this, and the Church supports this lie all the time, because it's beneficial for them to say, God is here, God is here. In our understanding, God is an objective, supramundane reality. And here, in accordance with Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that you still need to go beyond the framework of this system, go beyond the limitedness of the rational. And as you yourself said, you need to obtain evidence of the being of God on your own. And we need to work on this. Not only question, answer, question, answer. This is not an experiment, and no one can repeat it. No priest can repeat my experience of communication, your experience, the experience of any person. So, with us, everything turns out in such a way that the service in the cathedral, well, maybe it's somehow, well, how is this different now? There was a ceremonial meeting at the Kremlin Palace of Congresses. Just now it was transferred to the Cathedral of Christ the Savior, but the same people. The only difference is clothes, vestments, kilograms of gold. Well, I'm looking and thinking, how can it be, in the 21st century, that they fool people like that? Gray-bearded adults, young people, they could be laboring, and they say, we have given ourselves to the service of God. Question: does God need your service? You have not given yourself to the service of God, you have given yourself to people. What is the quality of these people? They say, and this ritual is needed. Even those who understand that God is a supramundane reality, and this is how we help people. How do you help them?
So here, Vladimir Mikhailovich, I'm sorry, but the grandmother who called you on the radio, because she went to the church, wrote a note and something happened. People go to church, there is some kind of atmosphere for them. Candles are burning, there is gold, they communicate with good manners. Now, no one speaks with good manners to anyone. And most importantly, they write a note. So, is this social magic? Is this the cultivation of a cult? Feeding of an egregor?
Well, what do you think?
And it fulfills, then it is very...
To give the grandmother an idea of egregors? Yes, egregors are also an objective reality.
Then is it, say, the ministers of the church in the name of Christ going against God who is?
Yes, yes.
Allowance, then, in connection with what? Sooner or later, people anyway will find out the truth, because the truth, it is...
Of course, the truth that most people aspire to. But I'm not against churches being rebuilt. As architectural structures, they are pleasing to the eye. I look at them with pleasure. I even go to church, but I have no idea that it has anything to do with God. Yes, this is the ritual part, this is history, this is the history of architecture, part of the culture, and all this must be carefully preserved. There is a prediction that the time will come, the churches will all be restored, but they will all be empty. And they are really empty. They keep quiet about this, but the statistics of those who are churchgoers, those who strictly perform all the rituals, their number is not growing, and most importantly, there are no young people there. It is difficult to imagine, after 3 generations, when materialistic atheism dominated, that there will again be a return to idealistic atheism. It is impossible to return to the past with all the will. Here I am amazed at the stupidity of the Democrats who say, so, let's go back to the past. But you can't go back to the past. It is impossible to return either to Stalinism or to return to idealistic atheism. Society is inexorably moving into the future. The question of what kind of future we want to build, what kind of statehood we are going to build, is not yet determined, because we have not conceptually determined ourselves. And the main feature in our time is conceptual non-determinateness. Because, yes, the conception of concentration of productive forces, based on the Bible, this conception really exists, but there is already an alternative. And when you said about information, it is objective. I'm saying that even if we didn't express it in lexicon, but only in obrazes we would build it, information is objective, and it goes in very different ways. and this is a receiving and transmitting antenna on liquid crystal biocarriers. We emit, but we also receive. And these are not some extraordinary phenomena. It is normal that a person perceives information over and above lexicon, in the fields. Because everyone knows there are gravitational fields, there are electromagnetic fields, but what is happening here? This is not electromagnetic waves and not gravitational ones. This is, well, the name again perhaps is unfortunate, the fields of torsion, Torsian fields. But since the entire universe is filled, like with water, with a vacuum, there is no emptiness as such. I think that Einstein scoffed. He didn't show his tongue in vain. There are photographs with his tongue. I don't think that he thought that the ether, or as they call it, the vacuum, does not exist. But then, if this is so, then you need to understand, and how, from this ether, is the entire manifested world, at the level of fields, particles, plasma, gaseous, liquid, solid, matter. How is it formed? Torsian fields are fields of torsion of vacuum particles, and when we think, this is where these torsion fields work. It is no coincidence that no one knew about torsion fields yet, but in the Russian language a saying appeared. What is the fastest? Thought. Why? Because anyone who has studied the speed of waves in a particular environment, well, for example, sound waves, knows that the speed of propagation of waves in air is 330 meters per second. In a liquid, it is already denser matter, 1,500 meters per second. In any metal, up to 5,000 meters per second, since the density of matter in it is higher. And what is the most dense? The vacuum. It is the densest of all. Therefore, the density there is infinite. Therefore, the speed of propagation of waves in a vacuum is infinitely high. It is as incomprehensible as infinity itself. That is why we say, what's the fastest? So, mentally, can I be transported to the other end of the universe instantaneously? Mentally imagine this for yourself. This is quite a rough example, of course.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, a person deprived of some kind of scientific knowledge or technical special education, for example, was not given him. Or a governor who grew up as a simple businessman, but he does not possess physical pictures, and it is difficult for him to figure it out, but he needs to live now. Here are all kinds of practices that, according to teachers, to expand consciousness, that is, if you take the picture, consciousness, unconscious levels of the psyche, pilot, autopilot, that is, what does a person do who expands his consciousness with various psychological practices? He takes on himself the function of autopilot more and more, goes more and more into the airplane scheme.
I think that all esoteric psychological practices, they are all esoteric. Here we all, my comrades, we have a ban on the question of consciousness and what unconscious levels do. And a person must protect his unconscious levels of the psyche from the invasion of someone. Therefore, all these psychological practices are generally dangerous for a person. I am not against a person reading any literature. We treat any information in such a way that we have no prohibition on any information. They bring me a book. Vladimir Mikhailovich, read. Well, I read. But there is one criterion. I always want to look into the eyes of the person who wrote this or that book. Human speech is a code in relation to obrazes. Once again, we return to what we said. Abstract logical thinking, where he connects the obrazes that arise in the right hemisphere in relation to things and phenomena with speech. Therefore, he can also connect incorrectly. That is, a person lies with the left hemisphere. It is not for nothing that everything that comes from a lie is called the left. How can it be that the leftist people are fighting for the right cause? This is nonsense. But I want to say something else. A person does not know how to lie with his eyes. Hence, again, the eyes are the mirror of the soul. If you want to understand a person, listen to him, but look into his eyes. If he doesn't look into the eyes, this is already bad. But if you look, try to see. With a certain practice, no psychological practices can replace this. With a certain practice, you can read the language of obrases through the eyes. And I met with such a phenomena many times. So-called ESP adepts were brought to me. They all believe that they are connected with God. God tells them everything, but you can check them elementarily. There was a witness, one of our common acquaintances, who brought along 2 of these. Now I will just think about it, and I'll name everything about this person you don't even tell me. All right then, I create an obraz of this person with whom I'm well acquainted, of a certain profession, a certain psyche. He begins to tell me, so, here he is so and so, he is 30 years old, he is a doctor there by education, he is there such and such. And since I know his trick, I want to check. Does he just read information in obrazes from me? That is, did he simply master this practice? Or is it really something else? I take up and, without telling him anything, create with my inner vision another obraz, also of a person who is familiar to me, but with a colossal age difference, now 30 years, now 60 years. And I hold this obraz and I observe. He begins to say, oh, I seem to be mistaken. He is not 30. He is already over 60 years old. No, he is not a doctor. He is a technician, and so on. He speaks and speaks in a hurry, embarrassed, blushes, and I take up and again change the obraz for him. It's easy with a certain mood. You just need to be internally focused. Oh, no, at the beginning I said incorrectly. I say, that's it, thank you, goodbye, you are good at it. And I tell him, I did this, that. He says, you can't do that. I say, okay, you did not manage to fool my head, but how many people did you fool with the statement that you are connected with God? What does God have to do with it?
Vladimir Mikhailovich, so in the sufficiently general theory of governance, it gives a methodology of governance in terms of predictability. That is, if a person who has a certain culture of thinking, intellect, attentiveness, and this again can all be obtained by some kind of perseverance, desire, he gets the possibility to foresee the consequences of governorial decisions. So what does this mean? This means that a scientist can foresee what experiments to set for himself. A businessman can weigh the risks. An ordinary person can decide for himself to go, not to go, to participate, not to participate. That is, it is still very important and relevant.
Of course.
Why is information going to society so slowly? After all, everyone can get some kind of Yandex search engine and take the necessary knowledge and skills for their lives at the pace of development of life.
Oleg Vladimirovich, the concepts slow, fast, these are all very relative concepts. Slowly, for example, from the point of view of your life, from the point of view of my life, slowly. But from the point of view of civilization, the time of its existence, we estimate it approximately as 10,000 to 12,000 years. Then, in my opinion, the spread is going very quickly. That is, when we started our activity, I could not even imagine in my mind that people would appear, here, you, your comrades, that we would sit and talk about it so freely, record. And then, once I could not imagine that on videotapes, then the technology develops rapidly, the laser disc allows everything. I could not even imagine it. Moreover, sometimes it is good that we don't know all the consequences. If I had been told 20 years ago, in 1985, and the whole picture would have been drawn, everything that I have had to go through, do, I would say, this is not mine, excuse me, no, I will never rise to this is too much. Therefore, in my opinion, the spread is very fast, and the penetration, look, it is known, of course not in wide circles, from Kamchatka to Kaliningrad. Wherever I come now, I fly to Mongolia, and people are talking to me there. Could I have foreseen this in 1985? The president of Mongolia talks about things as if they are self-evident things. There is a press conference, there is a round table, the Mongols, who are somewhere for me there 1,000 miles, and I had my own ideas about the Tatar-Mongol invasion. How life is actually. You were talking about a sense of measure. There is, by all appearances, there is a certain objective matrix of being, and it is only God who can step over, accelerate it, or slow it down. All of us together, as far as we ourselves understand providence, can contribute to this.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, knowing some of the provisions of the sufficiently general theory of governance, I have this question. A person gives direct information. In response, he receives response information. There is the concept of operational information. There are concepts of self-sufficient person, non-self-sufficient person, in the singling out of information. So you say, it is good that some things, that they don't know them, how they will develop, what difficulties there will be, or vice versa. It is good that we did it and off it went. Here is a question in this regard. If a person is not self-sufficient in the singling out of information, does God not deprive him of freedom of will in the given case?
Having once given freedom of will and freedom of choice, God does not deprive anyone of freedom of will. Only the individual himself does this. Let's define what primary information is. Primary information is that information that comes to us from the outside world, that is, against the background of all the information that a person possesses. It is primary for us, because we check this, not this. We check whether it's really primary. Operational information is that which I need in life so that I can function normally. It is all there, at the unconscious levels of the psyche, but you bring it to the level of consciousness so that you can act and solve certain and specific tasks in life. And there is response information. When I enter and begin to act with words, thoughts, and deeds, then we see how the world responds to our actions. This is response information. And so we have primary, operational, and response. And the question really is a person free to select this primary information? Haven't you observed such a phenomenon? You receive some information and suddenly you remember, my God, so I came across this information 30 years ago, but did not attach any importance to it. Has this happened?
Of course.
It has. Why then did you attach importance to it now? So, in the Quran, there is a whole surah called Al-Furqan. Al-Furqan, translated from Arabic into Russian, is distinction and salvation. Primary information can come if a person is given, we say, distinction. There is also Surah 2, verse 25, the scripture and distinction were given to Moses. So we say that distinction is given from above according to nraviousness. And the question is what? Is it I, by my decision, by my own will, this primary information, if I want, I take it, if I don't want, I don't take it? Let everyone decide this question for himself. Or because I am not free in the selection of this primary information, because my nraviousness is such that it's not given to me to take this information, although it objectively exists. And the question is like this: everyone decides for himself. And again, this leads to the fact that all this information, it seemingly exists. It objectively already exists, but for many, it is as if it does not exist. I even come across such phenomena. All right, we met there. Yes, we would like to meet, talk. Well, we talked. I gave a book. A year goes by. We meet. We begin to talk. Well, a question-answer, as we now have in a dialogue. Everything is written, and he listens as if for the first time. I say, "So you read it?" "Well, yes, I did. And you know, so much information comes in every day that I somehow did not attach any significance to it." And the question arises, did he not give it significance? Or is his nraviousness such that he has no distinction? He did not distinguish.
So distinction, this is, say, fixation by a person.
And if, excuse me, I interrupt, and if a person did not receive the primary information in a timely manner, then he did not receive salvation either. I will just give such a well-worn example for you. On the Titanic, the task of the lookouts was to distinguish by the situation and report to the captain that they were going in an environment where icebergs, they should have been seen and distinguished. A primitive example, to distinguish an iceberg from a non-iceberg.
One bit of information.
Quite right, yes. And so we say that the absence of just one bit of information can cost the life of our entire planet.
So it turns out 50-50.
Yes, 50-50. This, not this. He could not distinguish in time. The Titanic crashed into an iceberg. The commander made the wrong maneuver. The Titanic perished. It is no coincidence that now it is being said that our planet is now somewhat similar to the Titanic.
That is, if a person has a nraviousness that he...
Everything is based on nraviousness.
As for the attitude towards the phenomena of the internal and external world, just many people, Vladimir Mikhailovich, think that nraviousness is a very abstract thing, and no one uses it, and I want to focus on this.
It is very non-abstract. It's a real category, and everyone uses it. It's just that not everyone is able to evaluate. Even the last homeless man, and even then he knows whether he is acting nraviously or nravlessly. And he drowns this knowledge, shame, with all sorts of surrogates, vodka, because he is not comfortable. He is comfortable only when he turns off his consciousness and plunges there into his abyss. As he leaves, he wakes up, he feels sick of life, but he was given both freedom of choice and freedom of will.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, you mentioned the Quran, Al-Furqan, that is...
Sorry, that's what Abramovich does not remember now. What is he doing when he buys yachts and clubs? Few people know, probably, that many are envious of these. But such people are not the owners of that capital. But he already understands that everything has already been hung on him. By whom? There is a whole group of people. He is a sign for them. And if it's necessary to unleash the crowd, they will hand him over first. So he is hiding there in England, and he is already afraid, and to live in constant fear, because after all he cannot just appear on the street. Abramovich. Right.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, well, With us, it is not Abramovich.
And Yeltsin cannot appear, so he cannot just go out into the street. And Gorbachev, that is, you have to pay for everything.
We will be watched by normal people who are also interested in such information. I would like to ask you to mention the Quran. That is, 1,400 years ago, over 1,300. A work appears, in which there is already more than was said in the edited Bible. And having already read attentively the Quranic revelation, a person could build his life on the basis of the Quranic principles. But in reality, historical Islam and the Quran, what is stated, are different things, as many understand. And now they are trying to confront the Christian civilization and the civilization of Islam, for example, like with our Caucasus or the Middle East. At the same time, Russia is a unique phenomenon. For almost 1,000 years, we have also lived side by side with the Islamic peoples and do not conflict. That is, the Russians do not conflict.
Islam appeared on the territory of Russian civilization before the Bible. The Quran appeared. Well, firstly, just a few words about the Quran. It is not so easy for Western thinking to enter the information of the Quran. I myself went through this, because before the Quran, there was still the Aton hymn, and between it and the Quran, there are actually 2,000 years. And when we began to juxtapose this information of the Aton hymn, this is the 10th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, this is approximately the 13th, 14th century BCE, plus the 7th century CE, in total 2,000 years. We were amazed, not only by the content similarity, but also by the clock frequencies of the text. That is, to imagine 2,000 years ago, some kind of oral, then writing, then it was translated, apparently, into ancient Greek, then into Latin, then into English, and keeping the clock frequencies and contently the same. This was the best proof for us. So people perceive God in different ways. Providence is somehow in the lexicon of the corresponding peoples.
Or a melody sounds, and human culture.
Yes, well, and now this whole problem. When I undertook to read the Quran, I could not understand at all. It seems that there is something so sensible, but it's very chaotic there. They jump from one to the other. And only then, when in life, the Arabs showed me a film about the life of Muhammad, and there is a certain chronology, and I had a question. Well, how come? And the surahs were given in a certain chronological order. And I found out that there was such an order, began to read. Then I saw that this is a powerful system, but no one here, not even Muslims, reads in chronological order. That is, a kaleidoscope, where the surahs are not presented in chronological order, but first a large surah, the largest one, the cow, then less and less, and the last, the 114th, is generally the smallest. But this is the same as taking some kind of story, where there are large and small chapters, where there is chronology, cutting it up and mixing it all up. They will say, some crazy person wrote this. Nonetheless, such a Quran exists. Why is this done? In my opinion, this was done since it's impossible to distort this information completely, like the revelations of Christ, his teaching. Therefore, they perverted the order, inorderliness. They violated the measure. Well, try it somewhere. In Egypt, I tried to talk about it with a very serious connoisseur of the Quran. There they argued with me, foaming at the mouth, almost with fists, this way and nothing else. And for a Muslim, it does not play any role. We have already tried to find an excuse for this somehow, but nevertheless, the Western, let's say, reader, for him, the Quran, in the form in which it is, chronologically, it is difficult to comprehend. That is, in my opinion, this was done on purpose, changing the measure, changing the order for presenting information. And that's all that happened. And in terms of content, if we sift out, for example, everything that is in the Bible there are two gods, the God of Isaiah and the God of Solomon. They are completely different. The God of Isaiah, in short, must sacrifice the previous to people. It is not clear why God needs sacrifices. And with Solomon, God says that he will always protect the previous, and the godless ones who tempt God, they will be defeated.
That is, you can govern according to your service. In other words, a person does not have to be cunning.
Yes, well, although Solomon himself was also not a saint, but that is not the point. Now, if we discard all this, then what is said in the Bible, in the Quran, it is about one and the same thing. You can say, come on, Muhammad just walked there with caravans, he already knew the Bible, he just retold it in a new way. This is what the Biblists say. And naturally the Islamic hierarchy says nothing of the kind. But there are distortions with both of them. If we talk about the revelation given by God to people, and historically taken shape Islam, or historically taken shape Christianity, is a consequence of the distortion by people.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, when you talked about the order of chapters of works, I remembered Pushkin's Mermaid. This is an amazing example. If you take the Pushkin Mermaid and change some parts in a certain way, then in general...
Moreover, so with me I told you that when I was asked about the mermaid, what I read, I was not admitted to the manuscript department, but what I read, I doubt that this was Pushkin.
Vladimir Receptor, this is the director of the Pushkin Center, wrote the work. He wrote it for 30 years.
But Receptor allowed this. When I saw how Pushkin at the end of his life simply changed the pictures, I got such pleasure. He changed the ordering, but just in the direction where he broke the algorithm of revenge.
So I wanted to say that, so that the viewers understand what we are talking about is a very important point. Governorial clans, mafias, and the elite are very afraid that the people's revenge for parasites will be such that there will be nothing left of them. Accordingly, in every possible way, they maintain the crowd elite society. In every possible way, they suppress the growth and dynamics of the human type of structure of the psyche. And this is the new phenomenon, mercy. Then, that revenge must be put aside. Forgiveness, that a person must forgive such things.
This is the Abrahamic approach. And we say that there are Abrahamic religions, and there are religions.
That is, for a person, according to the conception that water, a normal, non-dogmatic, extra-ritual faith towards God according to sophists, without direct intermediaries, it is necessary to address, not cheekily, not mockingly, not set in endless experiments, just to relate to life meaningfully, and by the method of leading questions.
If God speaks in the language of life's circumstances, then life is the best teacher. But one must be able to read the language of life's circumstances.
Here it is possible to talk about dialectics.
Yes. I would like to return to the conversation about why the conception of social safety appeared not just anywhere, but precisely in Russia. Well, you have to understand that Russia is a regional civilization. Nonetheless, the processes that are taking place in Russia, they are taking place all over the world. And what happened in the world in the 20th century? In order to understand how the internested processes of the universe are coordinated with one another, we must talk about the rate of updating of information. Let's take a look at this diagram. At the genetic level, along the ordinate, we have a rate of updating of information at the genetic level. It is constant. And we have the rate of updating of information at the extragenetic level. Why are these rates, the rate of updating of information at the genetic level, constant, and the rate of updating of information at the extragenetic level, variative? The fact is that we are dealing with different processes with different periodicity. Here is the frequency of the change of generations. Here it is shown. It is practically for the entire time of the existence of mankind, well, or for the entire time of the known to us global historical process. This is, of course, conventionally shown, the frequency of change of generations. And we will agree that any periodic process can be taken as a standard. In the given case, in the quality of standard, we take the frequency of changing of generations. But man is a being, both biological and social. His sociality is determined by the frequency of changing of technology. This diagram shows the frequency of changing of technology. That is, there was a time when the period of life of technologies in the main branches of the life activity of society, well, took thousands of years, then hundreds of years, then tens of years. And the ratio of these frequencies, the standard frequencies of biological time and the standard frequencies of social time, determined the logics of behavior of society as a whole. But in fact, these schemes are identical. This scheme and this scheme are identical. We can talk about the standard frequency of biological time, or we can talk about the rate of updating of information on the genetic level, and we can talk about the standard frequency of social time, or we can talk about the rate of updating of information at the extragenetic level. But if two rates are different, one is constant, the other is variative, then, sooner or later, they must intersect somewhere, or the frequency of updating of information at the biological level and at the social level should coincide. This coincidence of the standard frequencies of biological and social time fell on the first half of the 20th century. And about this, in one of the ancient hieratic papyri, ancient Egyptian, it is directly said, it fell on the first half of the 20th century. By the way, here we can see that it was precisely during this period that two world wars fell. You see, the First World War, it began in 1914, the Second World War in 1939. The difference between the beginning and the end of these wars was approximately 25 years. Well, conditionally, the time where the ratio of the standard frequencies of biological and social time was such that the standard frequency of biological time was always higher than the standard frequency of social time. It was one logics of social behavior. We live in a new logics of social behavior, which is characterized by the fact that the standard frequency of social time is higher than the standard frequency of biological time, and everyone can check it for themselves. That is, during the life of one generation, the following happens. Technologies in the main sectors of society change 3, 4, 5 times. This period was conditionally called the Kingdom of the Beast. What does it mean? This means that here, the non-human type of structure of the psyche dominates. And here, in the new logics of social behavior, already the human type of structure of the psyche should dominate. But this process is lengthy. Now, in fact, the third generation has come, which already lives in the new logics of social behavior. How many it will take, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generations, we cannot say definitely. But the fact that a shift will occur in the direction of the human type of psyche structure and that in the new logics of social behavior, the types of psyche structure, animals, zombies, and demonic, especially animal type of psyche structure, cannot objectively even exist, because he will be experiencing, well, the most real stress from the pressure of the external environment in which he has to live. That is, a rapid change in technology accelerates this process, and most importantly, here the whole motivation of people's behavior is completely different than here. Here it was enough to remember a certain amount of facts in the field of some narrow speciality and remain a good specialist for several generations. Here, you can be an excellent student, graduate with honors. Nonetheless, you cannot integrate into the new logics of behavior, because here you need to constantly retrain. And here the main thing is to understand how your narrowly professional activity correlates here in this period with the actually general course of things, as Pushkin called it. That is, with activities in other branches of the life activity of society. That is why this period was conditionally called the kingdom of the human. But this one is still conventionally named as the period of the change in the logics of social behavior and the kingdom of the human. And here, the destruction of the crowd elite pyramid should take place. So, we said that this crowd elite pyramid, in which the following law operates: everyone to the measure of his understanding works for himself, and to the measure of non-understanding for those who understand more. And here is the global predictor, which conditionally looks like this. Well, this picture appeared in ancient Egypt, but it is still present. And although no one can say where this global predictor is, it is present on the dollar pyramid. But in the new logics of social behavior, this pyramid is doomed. It must collapse. That is, the crowd elite society must complete its existence. For this to really happen, what does it take? First, let's define a crowd. The most successful, precise definition was given by Vissarion Grigorievich Belinsky. A crowd is a collection of people who live according to tradition and reason according to authority, either according to the authority of tradition or the leader or scripture, and it's clear that any scripture can be enforced in any way. And what is needed in order for the crowd to become human? What does it take to make this crowd elite pyramid fall apart? And how, in fact, is this elite different from the crowd? Yes, simply by the fact that it is given knowledge, it is more fed, but the fullness of knowledge, especially in the field of methodology, the elite does not possess. Therefore, it is not independent. But in order for the crowd elite society to become human, it is necessary that reasoning according to authority, reasoning according to the authority of a leader or sacred scripture, should be replaced by a new culture of thinking. Here too, a peculiar culture of thinking, corresponding to the culture in which society is developing. But the culture of thinking, which should be in the new logics of social behavior, it should be different. It should be a human culture of thinking.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, I know that you deeply know the work of Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin. There is the work of the Internal Predictor, Ruslan and Lyudmila. There is work on the Bronze Horseman. The conception contains many references to one or another opinion of the poet. And in this regard, his poems about three springs.
A spring that surges madly, whose waters murmuring and sparkling go, whose wave of inspiration sings with the exiles o'er the desert press, and last the fount that cools all heart's pulsation with the cool waters of forgetfulness.
These 8 lines contain 3 laws of dialectics. So I have a question. 3 of the laws of dialectics, or 3 laws of dialectical materialism. How to understand what Alexander Sergeyevich wanted to say with these 3 springs?
Well, firstly, I must say that these 3 springs are my interpretation, and it appeared after somewhere in the 80s of the last century, a certain polemics unfolded around this poem, that it's gloomy, that it is somehow eschatological. Well, how I felt, in such a way, I conveyed. I did not see any eschatology. Then I talked a lot with our union of composers, and somehow on Nevsky Prospect, where the foundation of the union of composers was located, I told the composers, who asked me questions about this, and I told them, in my view, in fact, in this way, Pushkin presented on the unconscious levels of the psyche, in his own way, the 3 laws of dialectics, about which Hegel wrote in the most detail and described in detail. But it is necessary to understand what Pushkin means by this. So, in the little house in Kolomna, in the 22nd octave, Pushkin utters a wonderful phrase, "Imprudent rhymester I, I'm feeling dizzy. Really, this thorny octave keeps me busy." That is, nowhere else have I heard such a statement from any writer or poet. And the ordinary consciousness will perceive. And after all, there it is, on this 22nd octave. It is a key one. It ends 22 octaves of the preface. And after that, 30 octaves of the text begin. But this 22nd octave of the preface says that Pushkin, "Why this Aesop and his tongue, oh, why invoke 'em, and weave them into my own poem?" That is, he speaks about the fact that he will convey the content in Aesopian language, not in simple Aesopian language, like Aesop, "Why this Aesop and his tongue, oh, why invoke 'em, and weave them into my own poem?" Boiled tongue means a dead language, but in a certain living Aesopian language. And he replies, "I don't need to now revert, so let's revoke 'em, to what all Europe's read, for time doth fly," and finishes, "Imprudent rhymester I, I'm feeling dizzy. Really this thorny octave keeps me busy." But this is the final part of the preface. The little house in Kolomna begins with the first octave of the preface. It just begins about the ultimately generalizing categories. After all, every professional in his field, and Pushkin was a professional in the field of versification, he uses the conceptual apparatus of coding of those obrazes and phenomena that is most accessible to him. So, I understand that a lot was available to Pushkin, to his unconscious levels of the psyche. But how to convey those obrazes of objective phenomena that his unconscious levels of the psyche encountered? How to bring this to the level of consciousness? That was the task for him. And in fact, what he is talking about in the first octave, and this taking into account the fact that it was 1830, everyone was waiting after Boris Godunov for such a powerful epic work that would be characteristic of Russian civilization. And suddenly, such a scene from everyday life. A widow lives, even without a name. Pushkin does not give her a name. She has a daughter with a strange name, Parasha. They have a servant named Fyokla. Well, the maid falls ill. The daughter brings in another maid named Mavra. And the widow finds her doing a strange job of shaving, that is, changing her face. Anything to talk about? And suddenly, 22 octaves of the most powerful preface, which begins with the fact that, well, again, I understood this as the fact that Pushkin, having obrazes of the ultimately generalizing concepts, and together, as we talked about, with the ultimately generalizing concepts characteristic of crowd elite thinking, almost 5,000 years of the entire history of mankind, matter, energy, space, time. And he says that they are in the past, that he adheres to other ultimately generalizing concepts, matter, information, measure. But, as he says, tetrameters iambic I abhor. This is such an approach which understands the universe, in the terminology of the poet. Tetrameters iambic I abhor, all poets use them. They're a children's sport and should be left to such, but I'd adore to write in stanzas of the octave sort. An octave, an eight, actually infinity. It is also an eight, only rotated 90 degrees. In fact, I'm sure I'd have success galore with triple rhyme. I'll fame and glory court. Now, if you do not understand this subtext, do not understand the second semantic line, then you get some kind of gibberish. With rhymes I'm so familiar it's absurd to come unbidden and invite a third. What did we talk about when we discussed the ultimately generalizing concepts, matter, information, measure? There can be no thing. It is, of course, material, but it cannot exist without informational and measure characteristics. There can be no measure without a material carrier and obraz. There can be no information without a material carrier and certain inordering. That is, this is that very triple rhyme. And the universe is a triple rhyme of matter, information, and measure. That is, through these ultimately generalizing concepts, I can express anything in the universe, any process, everything that is. I can express through these ultimately generalizing concepts, matter, information, and measure. But moreover, if we talked about 5 aggregate states of matter, vacuum, fields, plasma, gaseous, liquid and solid state, then apparently there was such a civilization, not technogenic, but biogenic, which could people possessed such psychic energy when they approached that which is possessed by the Creator. If everything comes out of the vacuum and returns to it, then the creation of anything, in fact, boils down to what? An obraz of this thing is needed. So, I create an internal obraz of this thing, endow it with a measure. Measure is not only size, height, diameter, density, but the main thing is the inordering of water molecules here. The inordering is molecular, atomic, how electrons are inordered. This all someone, the Creator, must endow. And then the most difficult thing. If the whole universe is filled like water with a vacuum, then there is now a theory. It, for example, is very clear to me. When any particle is a vortex of a vacuum, any particle, an electron, a proton, any, and with stability, which can be both from a fraction of microseconds and up to billions of years, vortices can be of different periodicity. That is, the entire manifested world is an excited vacuum. And then, well, I say, The creator, how? Created an obraz or information, created a measure of a thing, and then launched the process. How to do it? I don't know this. To launch a vortex formation. In general, why does a vortex appear in a liquid? Why do tornadoes or vortices appear in the Atlantic or Pacific Oceans? As above, so below. As in the microcosm, so in the macrocosm. I've made such a digression so that it seems like such a theme, but it's not directly related to this theme. I often meet opponents who, when I talk about visiting Sai Baba in India, I went there with absolute certainty that he was a magician. But again, I return to what we have already said. A person knows how to lie with his tongue, but he does not know how to lie with his eyes. He possesses this technology, when from a vacuum he can make very primitive things of Buddhist jewelry. There is a ring, a bracelet, but he is not a magician. He possesses what Pushkin wrote about the triple rhyme of matter, information, measure. He cannot tell. Someone conveyed this to him to the unconscious levels of his psyche. He will pass it on to someone else. This is a certain branch from that civilization of Atlantis, about which Mirozhovsky wrote a lot in the last century, and Plato wrote about it. Pushkin actually set a certain angle, or something, or a certain directionality of the entire culture of Russian civilization. If so, then he combined East and West in himself. Imprudent rhymes to rye. I'm feeling dizzy. Really, this thorny octave keeps me busy. He combined them on an unconscious level. Pushkin saw a lot in obrazes. But to give not just words codes, but to convey these words, to convey these codes in absolute harmony. I don't remember, I think it was Brusov, who was engaged in the study of clock frequencies. Start reading any Pushkin work to a child, and he will be pacified. That is, this is absolute harmony. So, not only did he very accurately and briefly describe in poetic form those obrazes that arose in him, he also described them in absolute harmony at clock frequencies, that is, both the carrier frequency of the melody and the clock frequencies were in complete harmony. No wonder it was called the living organ of the gods. That is, Pushkin launched with his creativity such processes with which we are now dealing. And if we go further, then all of Pushkin's work contributes to the fact that from the types of structure of the psyche of animal, zombie, demonic, humanity moves to the human type of structure of the psyche. I assure you that any child, any girl who loves Pushkin, reads him with an inner feeling and listens, hears this harmony. Such people are not capable of crimes. They are not capable of evil. Just like, for example, people who well know classical music, feel harmony. They are already different. In my opinion, something is happening not only in the inner world, but even in the physical world of such a person, there are some transformations.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, excuse me, about Sai Baba. Until a person sees it himself, and when he sees it, he verifies it. When he tries it himself, he will succeed. Others will not believe him. Still, I would like to ask you what is interesting to everyone. Yesterday I found the following verses. When I am gone, when you are gone, when it is no longer raining, an empty space will not arise. Arthur Ville. People know that death awaits them. They are afraid of it. Are people afraid of this who have learned that there is a subjective dialectics, a method of cognizing life? because you have a very interesting title on your book. The decoding is indicated: Dialectics and Atheism, two essences incompatible. About the natural, but forgotten, in quotes, method of comprehension by man of the truth of life. What kind of life awaits each of us, so as not to be afraid of death, in order to trust God? So how to use the method of subjective dialectics? What is it?
Well, I have not fully answered the previous question, which is about Pushkin's three springs. Hegel, of course, outlined three laws of dialectics, but, in our opinion, this was not done in full. Pushkin had in mind, well, from the well-known law of unity and struggle of opposites, the law of transition of quantity into quality, the law of negation of negation. But, in our opinion, these laws in their interpretation, they are objective, but they are not complete in their formulations, because we have called the law of interrelationship of differences, since it's completely wrong that opposites are struggling. There are so many differences in the world, and they don't struggle, but simply correlate with each other. The law of interrelationship of differences is broader than the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. This is the first thing. The law of transition of quantitative correlations into qualitative ones. Is it only quantity which is significant? And the inordernateness of a given quantity? Let's take a look at the entire periodic table. Perhaps the number of electrons is one and the same, but with different inordering of their positioning in orbits, we, with one and the same number of electrons, will have a different element. It is the same with molecules. In the same way, any other substance, we take some things, the inordering has changed, the quantity remains the same, but we have a new quality. And third, the law of negation smacks of eschatology. This law is a logical conclusion in general, but Hegel is not by himself. He grew up in Western civilization, which means in biblical civilization. At the basis of this civilization, death is laid, which scientifically is called eschatology. That is, the West is eschatological in its world sensing. All the same, we must all perish. All the same entropy, as they call it, the stars will extinguish, the sun will extinguish, life on earth will extinguish. Although what is life? They are in no conditions to give such a definition. And Hegel, simply by his third law of dialectics, which is picked up and repeated by everyone as if by parrots, he simply expressed this eschatologicness. And Pushkin, with his last and factually his third spring, spoke about something else. He told about a certain law of transformation. Not negation of negation, but transformation. The same examples are given. So, the grain falls to the ground, it dies, it is negated, an ear grows. But there is not quite a negation. There is a transformation, from one to another. And now I can answer your question about the fear of death. Well, some esoteric teachings say, so there is a dragonfly pupa, first the larva, then it floats on the surface, the larva in essence dies, the dragonfly hatches, takes off. It parts with the surface of the water. It passes into a new quality. It seemed to die, but it passed into a new quality. It was transformed. And last, the fount that cools all hearts' pulsation, with the cool waters of forgetfulness, says Pushkin about the third spring. Yes, we do not remember passing into a new quality, our past. The chrysalis also does not remember when it became a dragonfly. For all the other chrysalides, it died. But for the dragonfly, a new quality appeared. We are also moving into a new quality, but to comprehend with the mind, which is finite, what the soul aspires to infinity, it's not easy. For many, this is tragic. For the West, at least, this is the entire biblical conception, the entire biblical civilization. The entire Western civilization is permeated with the fear of death. This fear is instilled in everyone. And the fact that there is a transition to a new quality, and only then the fear disappears, and a person creates on this earth, lives in order to do as much dobro as possible, good to the people around him. He begins to live differently if he understands that there is some kind of connection. What he will be there depends largely on what he will be here.
In this regard, I would like to ask you about the Day of Judgment. As far as I remember, the Russian language interprets the Day of Judgment differently. Well, to be afraid of the Day of Judgment, well, in a very primitive way, is a punishment for sinners, boiling cauldrons, tar, fire, endless torment. That is, Western civilization imagines God as a sadist who sends a person to an imperfect world, knowing that there are mistakes, knowing that there is unprivaceness. Often a child can get into such an environment that it will be difficult for him to become a human, and after that, the sinner will have to be sent to hell. Here in Russian culture, as far as I know, there is a different attitude.
Judgment and loan in Russian are almost consonant. Shame. What do you think? Can a person feel ashamed for the actions that he commits? And what could be worse than shame?
Shame is a very unpleasant emotion. We all experience it in our lives.
Now let's imagine that you are given the opportunity to see everything that you have done on earth after you have passed into a new quality.
And moreover, everyone from the universe is looking at me.
Well, even if they are not looking, but you are looking in a new quality, what are you experiencing?
You can burn with shame.
Shame. You have just said. The first phrase, burned with shame. After all, it is always somehow expressed in the lexicon. What all these church hierarchies have come up with is hell. Burn in hell. Well, if you burn with your own shame, then you can call it hell. There is no more hellish torment than the torment of shame. Well, and what's next?
So I wanted to ask you, there is a law of cause-effect relationships, an objective law.
Well, the Eastern tradition talks about karma, about reincarnation.
That is, the private man asks, I lived previously, he lived in sin, and everything is equal. A person is already beginning to bargain in this life for a posthumous existence.
It begins with something else. Where is God looking? If God, you say, He is the Almighty, He has providence, but how can it be? This scoundrel, he's a villain, but he lives in luxury. And here I am, hunchbacked from morning till evening. How does he not punish this villain and not reward me? And again we return to what we said at the very beginning. God gave only one species on earth freedom of will and freedom of choice. This is first. Secondly, God speaks to everyone in the language of life's circumstances. And thirdly, if God wanted everyone to believe and gave freedom of choice and freedom of will, then how can he further forcibly persuade someone? For him, all people on earth are equal. But the one who thinks that life began with him and will end with him, who does not understand that he is only a chain in the life of many generations, and he is what? Atoning for the sins of the past? Or, we can say this, I don't really like the word sin, for the mistakes of his ancestors? Why do children so often repeat the fate of their fathers? Why is it so difficult to break out of this karmic wheel? And because it is most difficult for a person to revise his life path, to revise his nraviousness. And we have already said that nraviousness is that which unites consciousness and the unconscious levels of the psyche. That is, what does it mean to change nraviousness? In fact, this means changing the algorithmics. And consciousness goes, as on autopilot, on the unconscious levels of the psyche, the algorithmics of its behavior, which stretches from the past. It means revising not only the past, but also the intentions for the future. This is the most difficult thing for a person. What does it require? You need to consistently look at your life. Well, at least until the moment you remember yourself, so small when you were sitting on the pot. And everyone can remember those shameful acts that he committed. And the reason was because he simply did not understand something, or there were some reasons for life circumstances that developed such a way, and he did it. If life circumstances, then it is this, that is the language of life circumstances. If any trouble happened to him, if he looked at everything that preceded it, he perhaps would see the reason for his behavior.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, well, that's the truth of life. Subjective dialectics helps everyone. But they can say, but the truth is different for everyone. God is not near, the Tsar is too far to hear. What then is the truth, as Pilate asked Yeshua?
Pilate asked Yeshua, what is istina? And what did he answer? Istina is that you now have a headache, and it hurts so badly that you cannot think of anything else, and faint-heartedly think about death. So, in the Russian language, the words for truth, pravda and istina, unlike other languages, are synonyms. And it is no coincidence that we say here that this is about the natural but forgotten, in quotes, method of comprehension by man of the truth of life. In essence, subjective dialectics is the ability to understand life, see this life, see in it the cause-effect conditionalities of being, and understand that there is a difference between objective reality and subjective perception of it. That is, here it is an objective reality around us, but we always perceive this objective reality in some way, subjectively. The ability of dialectics begins with this, not to oppose the obras of a thing to the thing itself, but to understand that there is both a thing and its obras. And this is a subjective perception of life. and an understanding of what life itself objectively is, taking into account the Gödel theorem, about which we said that in any system that is formally perceived by us as some kind of stable system, we can make a certain statement that can neither be proved nor refuted without going beyond the boundaries of the system. Why is that? That is, each time deciding the question of what is istina and what is not istina, we must do a colossal work overcoming this very subjectivism of the perception of life. This is not so easy. I'll try now. Overcoming the subjectivism of the perception of life and overcoming what Gödel called incompleteness. In this is the incompleteness. Our limitedness is natural, we are finite, the universe is infinite. How to comprehend infinity with finitude? And a person is given, every time he decides the question, what is istina, what is not istina, to overcome this limitedness. To think that dialectics is a certain formula, so I'll learn it by heart, this formula, and like solving problems in applied mathematics, I will substitute some initial data there, and I'll see the result. This will not work. This is why it is called the subjective, forgotten, in quotes, way of comprehending life by a person. If we speak in the language of science, then this method is heuristic, but heuristic in the sense that I must still formalize, that is, give certain formulations to this or that phenomenon that I am studying, and each time to reach a new quality, each time to push the boundaries of the unknown, and there can be no template here. It is possible, and in another way even easier, to say that dialectics, because without God, we have already said, without distinction, a person is not self-sufficient in the selection of primary information, which means there must be distinction. Distinction is given according to nraviousness. It means a constant dialogue with God. That is, dialectics is the method of comprehension of istina in constant dialogue with God, and at the same time a person must abide in a Dobrius mood. And praviousness, striving for praviousness, is one of the conditions when this subjective method begins to be functionally operable. The further a person is from praviousness, he can formally memorize everything, even deduce a certain algorithmics. But if his life path was unpravious, he will have such failures, he will break off so much that he will grumble at God and at everything, and everyone will be to blame other than him. This is such a feature of this subjective dialectics. The method is heuristic, but every time you have to deal with it all the same. As Pushkin said, imprudent rhymes to rye, I'm feeling dizzy, really this thorny octave keeps me busy. He also had obrazes, but he also gave them a certain lexicon. We have been given a language, and the language makes it possible to formalize, to give a certain form, to give codes. I don't know if I made myself clear or not.
So, Vladimir Mikhailovich, for ordinary people, so they will say, the triunity of matter-information measure. So a simple person, young, elderly, will say, but why do I need this? So, the triunity, four-unity, this is not entirely clear. But what you said about subjective dialectics is important. Why? Because a person understands, if there is an I-centric worldview, then everything unfolds somewhere out there, and I look at the world through the prism of my interests. This is one thing. If a person looks after all through a God-centric worldview, including at himself from the position of God, he gets the advantage. Well, if you take such a model, Someone is negotiating, for example. I always ask, so you are negotiating, and there are 5 more people, and everyone is arguing. And imagine that you are in 2 persons. You can negotiate and look at yourself, and can prompt the one at the table to the second you how to build it correctly. What is the winning position? Everyone says 100%. Of course, the position of 2 of you is more advantageous. That is, when a person places himself in the center of the world. I am the navel of the earth, and from there unfolds an evaluation of his actions or governance. This is one thing. When he looks from the direction of God-centrism, a completely different thing, an advantage, but it must be explained and proven that it is profitable, and then tried.
Well, first of all, you can explain everything without end. So I can strive to explain. But a person must do some part of the work himself. You can write a bunch of books, you can endlessly engage in teaching, but if there is no inner striving to oneself understand, and this starts again with the fact that a person must become decided in relation to objectives. What he wants in life, this is first. Second, after he has decided on his objectives, he wrote, as we say, the vector of objectives, he still has to decide on his relation towards God. He believes in God, or he believes God. That is, he gives his life, both this and the next life, to God. He entrusts it to God. He trusts God. Well, and third, you need to decide what you said. Most, of course, people have an eye-centric worldview. By the way, it may also be Mosaic, but this is still an eye-centric worldview. But the majority is a kaleidoscopic eye-centric worldview. In childhood, this is normal. In childhood, we remember that the whole world revolves around me. Mom, dad, grandmothers, grandfathers. I'm the most beloved. How can you not love me the most? I'm so good. But there comes a moment when the intellect awakens, when the child begins to notice that there are other adults besides him, and that,
A conflict of interest begins.
yes, a conflict of interests begins. And if, during this period, he is not told that he is not the navel of the earth, this is the most convenient moment to talk about how the world works. All the more, the child often begins to ask that God is some kind of supramundane objective reality. If he is able to understand this, and, in order to understand, a system of questions and answers is needed. If the questions that are formulated, be it by a child, be it by an adult, if they are adequate to objective reality, they are not sucked out of the thumb, they are not contrived, they really correspond to what is dictated by life itself. You now look at what questions are being raised, what is being discussed. Look at television. What are the discussions about? How do they relate to life? These questions, especially to what constitutes the basis of life, and it doesn't matter who talks about it, even the priests talk about it. They even talk about nraviousness. But this is abstractionism. It has nothing to do with life. And television is present in social life, like it or not. In most families, this box of fools is present. This is an achievement, in quotation marks, of modern civilization. But the question is, where to direct this instrument? How could we change life if we could show children, at the age when they still have adequate perception of objective reality, at that moment, give them, and television could do it. But what is this television about? Some cartoon pig or someone else who starts doing all sorts of nonsense with someone and turns the children into the same pigs.
That is, I must turn off the program where they show Unflag, another cynical form, when some vices are supposedly ridiculed. But in fact, evil becomes harmless, since it is ridiculed. Everyone jokes, laughs, no one corrects anything. Not the Anschlagewites, of course not the audience, not those who watch TV, and everyone dispersed. And again, there are many such programs. And this is not Saltykov-Shchedrin, this is precisely Anschlag. That is, a person must turn off the TV and must ask, if he just wants to understand what dialectics is, ask questions aimed at the world, but in connection with life, with his life, and receive answers to them, reflecting and juxtaposing also in connection with life. That is, questions in connection with life, and answers in connection with life in dialogue with God.
Life becomes a teacher itself, especially if God speaks with all in the language of life's circumstances. That is, listen to this life. Since this life is the language of God, be attentive to it, and you can, I say, try to pull out a certain formula from this. It will not work. Each person should work independently and comprehend this language of life on their own. Just what is this subjective method? I understand that we need to find some kind of obraz. So, here is a guide to different countries. Now many travel abroad, right? What is simpler? Television, please look. Oh, Malaysia, I saw everything there. Or Spain, I bought a guidebook. No, for some reason, everyone wants to go and experience it on their own, right?
Right.
This is the same guide, no more. But this cannot replace reality. Everything that happens, if you want to get an answer to a question, you have to try to live through it. Well, at least in the inner world. This is a lot of work. This is a colossal inner work. And it is impossible to get the answer, what is istina and what is not istina, by memorizing some formula. Each time you have to include both the heart and the intellect. And, most importantly, this is what we called connection, religion, a mutual dialogue with God. And even a one person cannot repeat. God does not tolerate any experiments on himself, especially since he is the supramundane reality.
And they plotted.
And Allah plotted, but Allah is the best of plotters, says the Quran. Therefore, to plot, to memorize something, people are accustomed to this. Now you got your diploma, it was like courses, you can work with egregors, well, go and work. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, Vladimir Mikhailovich, about 50 books, 20,000 pages of text. Your books, for example, help to recall the culture of thinking. After all,
they help those who want. For the one who does not need it, it is useless. For him, it's empty. And so you ask the question, why did it take so long? I kind of read it, it's so cool. And because there is a division, stratification, according to the types of structure of the psyche. And in many respects, even this information on the types of structure of the psyche is unpleasant. Why? But why? Why do you divide everyone? Yes, we don't divide anyone. There is a division. You should rather answer the question for yourself. Is the human type of psyche structure normal? If it is normal, then it is normal to strive for it. Yes, we tried, as we, of course, understand, to describe everything in detail. Well, show me where we are wrong. Well, look, there is information for 20 years. Maybe someone on television said somewhere. You say, well, you are such, you know. Wait a moment. I remember 1997, when the first conference of the movement was created on the basis of a theoretical platform. It was called Boga Державию. But where? Idealistic atheism was overcome. Materialistic atheism was overcome. Where to move? Well, we called it Boga Державию, towards the kingdom of God on earth. But this is not the point. There was a conference. Well, People gathered not just anywhere, but in the hall of the Polytechnic Museum, where all the evenings passed there, poets, physicists, lyricists, butting heads like this. There was television. In December, it was 1997. Well, we are so naive. Well, we think, now probably at least something. At least a couple of frames will be shown. They did not show anything, but they showed, this suggests that they noticed, the Congress of Homeless People in Sverdlovsk, how they sit by the fire, solve their problems and say, we need to create a party of homeless people and take it to parliament. That is, to find a Congress of homeless people on purpose. You see, but the problems that you are discussing will not appear on the screen. It is not profitable.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, you say when a person gets acquainted with such information as dead water, reads books about which we have already spoken, there are already explanations by the collective of authors on any branches of human knowledge. A completely different world opens up before him. Here is an example. So, the famous blockbuster, Man in Black. It is where he gets into a special unit that deals with aliens. And it turns out that our entire planet has an ordinary world on it. Or, so to speak, the level of the film, The Matrix, very popular. When the protagonist discovers that everything he sees is not entirely true. And when a person understands, studies the conception, realizes that it is possible to improve his life and help others in this, then sooner or later he is faced with a very interesting fact. So, there is the existing system, he says, and what to do? So he studies, he wants to do something, run somewhere, to ring the bells, although it is written that revolution is not provided here, but transformation and enlightenment.
Proof that God speaks to everyone in the language of life circumstances is the fact, for example, that we believe that first of all we need to go to the youth. We need to save young generations. And suddenly we see there is such a subject, ensuring the safety of life in all schools. I read the requirements for the subject. The impression is as if specially for people who want to come to school and help young people to look at the world and see it as it is, and not as all abstractionists present it, because I think that we have clearly said about this. At school, there are two objective sciences, mathematics and geography. Mathematics gives dimensions to various fragments that are in the universe, and geography at least studies objective things that are on this globe. Everything else, physics, chemistry, and so on, is a certain interpretation of some observations or experiments that a person conducts. And interpretations always depend on the world view to which this or that individual adheres. If he has a kaleidoscope of not connected random fragments in his head, he will interpret these or those physical experiments. Why are physicists in crisis? So now we have a work that came out, we need a different school. School from the word skole, scholasticism. And again, we talked about the new logics of social behavior. This is the school that was in the previous logics of social behavior. And pay attention, these Bolsheviks, together with these Trotskyists, turned everything upside down, literally destroyed all the institutions in the Russian Empire, but kept the school. They did not change anything in it. And what does this give society? It's very simple. 3 generations later, a new elite was formed. absolutely ceased to act in the same way as those elites were acting who were overthrown by allegedly the workers' peasants, although they were overthrown with the help of the workers' peasants. And who overthrew? Well, those who wanted to replace the former elites with themselves. And after 3 generations, the school formed new elites. And these new elites wanted to be princes, counts, barons. They are buying titles for themselves. What does all this say? I started by saying what to do. The first is the school. This is the subject of life safety, as it is called, ensuring the safety of life. This is really the safety of life of each individual person and of the planet as a whole. Everything that happens on the territory of the Russian civilization, everything now, has to do with the planet as a whole. And second, we see what kind of struggle is going on. Someone says, we need the laws of God. Someone says, we need the Quran. Well, Muslims, someone says, we need to teach the extremist Quran. Someone says, no, you need to teach Buddhism. And suddenly, you need to teach the history of religions. Nowhere else is there such a deep analysis of all religious teachings, the main ones, of course, as ours. Please, go ahead. That's right, you need at least a history of religions. That is, history, how certain teachings, they all say about one thing, the teachings of Christ, Moses, Muhammad, Buddha, how they were perverted and turned into historically established Christianity, into historically established Islam. If we can give this information to children, if we convincingly show them that there is a difference between the teachings of Christ and what we have come to, what is described in Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, the legend of the Grand Inquisitor, if Christ were to come now, and I think that the first hierarchs of all churches, from the Pope, would arrange a competition among themselves who will be the first to crucify him, if only because he has appeared again, because the legend about the Grand Inquisitor speaks about this, and they truly believe that they in this way are helping the world. That, they say, he came, he stirred people up and left, and society must be governed. You ask what to do. I, to people who are older, who are already at retirement age, those who understand this, but I put the question differently. Why is this not being discussed? Why is all sorts of nonsense being discussed? Here, questions have been raised in the field of worldview, in the field of history, in the field of ideology, in the field of economics and finance. What, these questions are not relevant to society? What, you cannot at least organize round tables in order to discuss them? But they gather round tables on all sorts of nonsense. There are round tables of the United Russia Party, Zhuganov's party, and so on, but we don't have any parties. There is a non-partisan society in America, and now we have a non-partisan society. There are sectoral clans, they have funds. Well, there are some promoted politicians where parties are signs, but parties solve the problems of these sectoral clans. But any sectoral clan here, sooner or later, becomes part of a global clan, gas, metallurgical, and others. So, these round tables, party meetings, all this, fine. But to discuss things that are dictated by objective reality, which are necessary for a person, either we will live, or eschatology is what this biblical conception has led society to.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, I think that the fundamentals of life safety will be studied by those who really have an inclination towards this, a desire. That is, one should hardly repeat attempts to go out to the people, and hardly any company, or for example,
And we don't call to go out to the people, we call to go out to the children.
I mean, of course, a person must affirm the new ideals that he received in his life. If he is engaged in business, then he must carry these ideals into business. If he is engaged in science, into science. If he is engaged in state governance, although it is difficult to be engaged there.
I absolutely agree with you. If someone has understood something, all this is not written for the sake of beautiful words, but in order to be guided by this in practical life. And these are not empty words. Anyone who pondered over what he read, firstly, he realized how difficult it is. This is not a detective novel. The packing density of content information on the text page is the highest here, and this requires a lot of inner work. But if a person has done this work, he cannot just leave everything as it was. And I know a lot of people. Firstly, they do it in their own cause somehow, in setting a task, solving it. But a cause cannot do without people. He meets with other people in the cause, some cultural programs, with foreigners in other countries. He cannot. He will somehow touch upon these problems. And in this, we see manifestations of conceptual powerfulness. The person understood what conceptual power is, understood that we live in a society of conceptual non-determinedness, understood that the future belongs to a new, not just an alternative, but alternatively encompassing conception in relation to the biblical one. And what can he do? He can work to ensure that a cultural transformation of society takes place without noise, shouting, without slogans, without demonstrations. And this work is going on.
Of course, when a person receives such information, he shares this information in the conditions in which he is there with those people. But he just begins to think more about others, to think less only about himself. He thinks about very long-term scenarios, that is, he tunes in to such a very low frequency. But at the same time, one should not drop out of the high frequency. Here are not revolutionaries, not monks, not fanatics.
No, we do not need fanatics now. We do not need professional revolutionaries or functionaries, although we have those who would like to. We are ordinary people, and each of us works. Communication. Remember how in the Master and Margarita, Yeshua says, I would like to talk to him. On television, you often see a seemingly not stupid person, and you think, I would like to talk to him, but you can't talk to him. Through all this, it may be possible to talk to many.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, so the last book of your group of authors has been released. The psychological aspect of the history and the prospects of the current global civilization. This is an amazing book. The look at Russian civilization is very extraordinary. Everyone will be very intrigued when they read it. But I want to start our conversation on this theme with the official version, the version of the baptism of Rus. Under Vladimir, one of the greatest events in Russian history took place. Russia adopted Christianity. Among the Kievan Druzhiniks of the 10th century, Byzantine historians report that the baptism of the people of Rus took place already in the 60s and 70s of the 9th century. Olga was a Christian, but her son not only remained a Yazychnik, but, according to some sources, was an ardent opponent of Christianity. Before the adoption of Christianity, since the Slavs were farmers, they deified the earth, the sun, and rivers. There were about 6 main gods in the Yazychnik faith. They prayed to the gods. Even human sacrifices were made. Having come to power, Vladimir wanted to strengthen the Yazychnik faith, but he failed. In addition, for political reasons, Vladimir understood the need to adopt one of the world religions in order to increase his authority within the state and the status of Rus in the world arena. The tale of bygone years tells that in the year 986, representatives of three religions came to Kiev: Christianity, meaning from Byzantium, Judaism, Khazaria, Islam, Volga, Bulgaria. Each of them offered their own religion. Islam was not suitable for Vladimir, because there one should refrain from wine. Judaism, the Jews who professed it, lost their state and were scattered throughout the land. And the preaching of the representatives of the Byzantine Empire made an impression on Vladimir. However, to be sure of everything, he sends his ambassadors to see how God is worshipped in different countries. And when they returned, the messengers called the Greek faith the best. Vladimir's determination to accept the Christian faith was also associated with his marriage to the Byzantine princess Anna, the sister of Vasily II. Byzantium sought to Christianize Rus in order to exert political influence on it and to protect it from Russian raids. At the negotiations between Rus and Byzantium in 987, Vladimir demanded to marry the sister of Emperor Vasily II, Princess Anna. This could greatly raise the state prestige of Rus in Europe and Asia, strengthen the authority of the dynasty within the country. It is no coincidence that many monarchies in Europe and Asia sought to intermarry with the Byzantine emperors. The baptism of Rus took place very slowly, as there was great resistance from the population. Only violence and intimidation helped to make the Yazidniks submit. Most of the inhabitants of Kievan Rus were baptized in the course of the entire reign of Vladimir, but there were still a lot of Yazidniks. Especially long was the resistance of the eastern Rostov-Suzdal and Murmansk clans. They converted to Christianity in the middle of the 11th century. In order to somehow facilitate the adoption of Christianity for the Slavs, the church sanctified some Yazidnik holidays. For example, Maslenitsa, Ivan Kupala, preserved beliefs in mermaids, goblins, brownies. The adoption of Christianity in Rus is precisely of great significance. Christians were forced to eat a lot of vegetables, truck farming improved, Christianity instilled the development of crafts, wall-laying techniques, the erection of domes, mosaics, and so on were also adopted. Stone architecture, frescoes, and icon painting appeared in Rus also thanks to Christianity. Many churches were built. There were about 400 churches in Kiev. None of them copied the other. Rus received two alphabets, Glagolitic and Cyrillic, which contributed to the spread of literacy. The first handwritten books began to appear. Customs in Rus changed very noticeably, since the church categorically forbade human sacrifice and the murder of slaves. Also, Christianity contributed to the strengthening of the princely power. The prince was now perceived as a messenger of God. And finally, the adoption of Christianity radically changed the international position of Rus. She organically blended into European culture and diplomatic relations with other countries. This is how they give the exam in higher education institutions or study history in school. And in your book, written by the collective of authors, a different view of the history of ancient Rus is given. Could you comment on the official version from the standpoint of the conception dead water?
Well, first of all, straight to the lexicon. We see Yazidniks, 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 and we have been saying throughout our entire conversation that God speaks the language of life's circumstances. There is the term Yazidnik, there is the term idolaters. You see, the politicians who are looking for this, they of course have in mind idolatry, but they say Yazidniks. If we say that God speaks with all in the language of life circumstances, then God is the first Yazidnik. This is his language of life. This is first. Second, in one of our works, at first it was one page in all, it was called The Look of a Yazidnik on the Baptist of Rus. Then it became 10 pages, then from it dehermetization unfolded. Our vision of such a text, even with an unbiased look at it, we can conclude that Russian civilization, I emphasize once again, we consider Russia as a civilization that has a certain form of statehood, and unlike Western civilization and Eastern civilization, Russian civilization has state borders, and Russian civilization is in contrast to Western and Eastern, because it includes many peoples, many specific confessions, but the main thing in it is that it is expanding. It's expanding according to some strange, incomprehensible law which worries the West and the East, precisely because its boundaries are not defined. Now it again shrank to the borders of about the 17th, beginning of the 18th century, when Ukraine had not yet become a part of the Russian Empire. But if we consider its history over, say, 10 years or 100 years, then it's impossible to understand anything. It is better to consider for 1,000 years. And we still see those cycles of contraction, expansion, contraction, expansion. In the sufficiently general theory of governance, there is a section that we rarely give in the course, because there is a conceptual apparatus. The section is called the theory of supersystems. And there, in the theory of supersystems, it is spoken of two types of concentration of governance in supersystems. This objective process of concentration of the productive forces of society, or rather, the process itself, is one, and the subjective conception, it is of two types. One, the objective justifies the means. The other, the means justify the objective. The only thing that changes is the order of the words. But everything fundamentally changes. And, based on this, we called one principle of concentration of productive forces in society block, and the other conglomerate. Therefore, in our view, Western civilization is a kind of expanding conglomerate, while Russian civilization is a block. And what is the peculiarity here? If we only assume that Rus began only from this time, then we will not understand anything at all, how Europe, Western civilization existed, and what was in this huge area where our ancestors lived. Was there nothing there? We have been studying this area. We studied the everyday life of our ancestors, which was communal, and they were engaged in what we called the antenna field. That is, when on a huge space, there is not a whole lot, but there are a number of settlements that are very compact in living, where people live in communities. And since you and I agreed that the human brain is a receiving and transmitting antenna, something was emitted on such a huge plane. Moreover, it was emitted synchronously into the external environment, and this somehow affected the whole reality of the surroundings at that time. What surrounded us? The Roman Empire, which by that time was in the process of disintegration, I mean the 9th, 10th centuries. To the east was China, and to the north was the Arctic Ocean. And on the basis of what principles did such a society exist? Well, since we deal with egregors of different civilizations, we try to understand them. Then we came to understand a certain stable core of our egregor, which, no matter what egregor, but every egregor is a kind of automaton with a certain algorithmics. And without understanding this core, it's impossible to understand the history of the development of Russian civilization. Still, no one understands, and no one can explain how with such, well, by the standards of, for example, China or the West, such a small number of people, in a very short time, Russian civilization actually spread from the shores of Alaska to the Baltic. How could this happen? After all, we had a lot of wars, there were crises. Now, in particular, the Russian civilization is in crisis, although in our opinion, we are regressing from this crisis. And so, in these moments of crisis, the stable core of the Russian defensive egregor apparently created a certain potential, as a result of which this catastrophicness was overcome. Moreover, if we consider the priorities of generalized means of governance, although we did not talk about them, but the conception says a lot about the fact that when two systems meet and they wage wars between themselves, oppose each other, or the system tries to govern society internally, then we have identified 6 priorities for generalized means of governance. They are also weapons. At the same time, these 6 priorities, which are distributed by their power from top to bottom, I will briefly say. On the first priority is information of a worldview methodological character. That is, this is the information that the Znacharstva generally possessed, the ancient Egyptian Jretsud. These are ideas about all interconnected processes in the universe, astronomical, social, biological. On the second priority, information of a chronological character is about the direction in which these processes are moving. That is, everything seems to be tied to an astronomical standard, but you know that no calendar, not a single statesman can proclaim himself on the territory of his country. This is the prerogative of the Vatican and other superstate religious systems. The third priority is information of an ideological character, factological and technological character. This is where all these scriptures come in. On the fourth priority, information about the means of payment. All this is the superstate level of governance. On the fifth priority, all types of genocide of population of the state that the subject wants to conquer. All types of narcotics are weapons. Well, on the sixth priority, ordinary weapons from a knife and a pistol to a missile.
That is, Vladimir Mikhailovich, excuse me, it turns out that if our Earth is a cruiser, then this cruiser is 6 deck. The uppermost deck, the first, is where the main thing is determined. This is the methodology. The second deck, very few people walk there either. This is history. Someone is rewriting history. The third is the ideology, where the CPSU party once worked. The fourth is the economy, the credit financial system. The fifth, all kinds of means of genocide. The sixth, weapons.
Yes, so we defeated Germany with conventional weapons at the level of the sixth priority. 2 generations later, we came to them with an outstretched hand for loans. Now, there is a world credit financial system that keeps everyone. Almost all states owe it, although it produces nothing itself, makes nothing. It simply lends money at such a percentage that even here Kudrin said, we are ready to pay off all our debt, but they do not agree. That's right. But how else? Because then we'll get off the hook. So we defeated Germany on the 6th priority, and after several generations, We went to them with requests for loans.
There exists a higher level weapon as methodology, and further down, which the common man does not understand.
Performance speed from bottom to top. Power from top to bottom, as I called it. So, if we talk about the stable core of the Russian egregor, which we have identified, it objectively exists, it is charged, it is an expression of a certain communal spirit. And Russian, in this sense, is not an ethnonym. After all, if we say that we are a civilization, they want to lower us to the national level, and perestroika began in many respects with our would-be patriots who said, maybe we'd better get out, Russian for Russia. That's it. The process of the collapse of Russia was launched. Who stated this? Valentin Rasputin at one of the congresses of the Supreme Council. Stalin to such an extent understood this feeling and the danger of this, that the Leningrad case, so mysterious, enigmatic, it is largely connected with this, creation of a special Russian party.
Well, Vladimir Mikhailovich, excuse me, just about the statements of different people. As far as I read your Dialectics, such an interesting episode connected with Yelena Bonner, when she gives an interview and suddenly says,
Our cause is just, victory will be ours. And then, oh, what am I doing? I speak with the words of Stalin, that is, her enemy.
an interesting episode.
And this is when,
From the collective unconscious,
yes, from the collective unconscious she catches a buzz, as they say, utters certain words, and then catches herself thinking, oh, I am repeating the thoughts of my enemy. Well, it was said, I myself once conducted such an experiment in a somewhat, perhaps, peculiar setting. Well, there was such a memorable funeral evening. Academician Zubov had died. And not everyone knows this phrase in relation to the fact that Stalin did not walk away into the past, he dissolved into the future, because all perestroika began with criticism of Stalin. And what do we see? Stalin's authority, at a new level, is growing and growing, and many would like his return. Oh, Stalin is not here to deal with you. And I was just talking to Zubov then. He was a really outstanding person. With great difficulty they gave me the floor. Almost the last word. Well, I naturally expressed a lot of Dobri's words, and he deserved it. And at the end, since they talked about school, about Zubov's followers, I said, people like Vladimir Ivanovich Zubov do not walk away into the past, they dissolve into the future, and under certain conditions, they can crystallize again. And there were the rectors of all higher educational institutions, and I saw how these words went to their hearts, although they, I think, for the most part, are opponents of Stalin. There are simply things the truth of which does not need to be proved. They are objective in life. Well, and returning to this stable core of the egregor, which is mobilized precisely at such critical moments, and mobilizes all the resources of the nation, otherwise it is not clear. Many still don't understand how we are in such a terrible war that humanity has not yet known. How was it that we won the Second World War? Because we fought not only with Germany, the resources of all of Europe were against us. Moreover, the American economy also worked for this. The British economy also worked for this. That is, the economy of the empire, the economy of South America worked for this, and we won. It was an inhuman effort. Many people say it would have been better if we gave up then. Well, history has no subjunctive mood. You can't go back to the past. But this is what happened. But the communal spirit that was in Rus from the beginning, it was long before the baptism of Rus. And about the statement that Christianity brought literacy, this is a big mistake. There was the Vsyeya Svietnaya Gramata, in which, in some aspect, one can say that they were primitivizing. One can say that it was improved. One can say that they made it accessible to wider strata. But why did Christianity, after all, again, history does not have a subjunctive mood. Why did Christianity, after all, come to Rus? And it came to Rus as a kind of idealistic atheism. Then the question arises, but in Rus, in the Russian civilization, what was the interrelationship with God? And here we again come to an understanding. The answer is only in the understanding of the crowd elite society. Many people say that in India there is an ideal society. We need a Vedic society. Well, there are Vedas in India and here. Vedic znakharstva, we say. But who factually broke first? The elite. This is the very znakharstva. And if they had not accepted Christianity, nothing would have happened. That is, Rus would have developed in the mode in which it was developing. But I say again, history has no subjunctive mood. Christianity came to us, but when it came to Rus, it became a completely different Christianity.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, in this book, The Psychological Aspect of the History and the Prospects of the Current Global Civilization, you are considering what principles the community was built on what governorial principles. And I would really like to hear from you, because governorial technology turns out to be very advantageous, and precisely instead of conceptual power. That is, the Zhretshut in Rus. It was not elitized. That is, it was not closed in monasteries, as it is in India, in the East, in temples. It lived among the community, in society, and exercised conceptual power. And yet, when a foreign, partly mercenary army arrived, they could no longer contrapose adequate protection.
Well, if we consider the chronology of this process, then the Tatar-Mongol invasion of Rus, it was preceded by princely strife. And the princely strife was preceded by the introduction of Christianity into Rus. The chronology is such. That is, if in the 10th century Rus adopted Christianity, then the task of Christianity seems to be, according to the thought of Vladimir the Baptist, to unite. But we got endless civil strife, and princes and ordinary people, their interests were always different. Now about the role of those who are called volkhvs, or veduns, jretzes. Those who want the revival of Vedic culture are trying to rely on them. What do we have in Russia now? Some say that it's necessary to return to that orthodoxy, Orthodox Christianity, which was before the revolution. Others say that it's necessary to return to what was before Christianity, to the Vedic culture. But neither one nor the other is right. Well, while Democrats and liberals say that we need to spit on everything, after all, we are no different from Europe or America, from advanced countries, and move in accordance with the ideals and values that are exhibited there. But neither the one, nor the other, nor the third are right. First, it is impossible to return anywhere with all this desire. The second attempts to analyze why then could this Vedic znakharstva not oppose anything, for example, to the same biblical conception? And was there any conception of concentration of the productive forces of society in Rus? Apparently there was, but it had no social doctrine. After all, we must admit that the biblical conception dominates not only in Rus. It is, not directly, but indirectly, both in China and in India. I happen to be in India. It dominates, not in cult temples. It dominates through everyday objects. Everyone uses mobile phones, computers. This is the language that biblical civilization speaks with different cultures. The same is true in Muslim countries. That is, the question is, if you want to return there, to that past, which is objectively impossible, then explain why the culture that dominated the society and those who were responsible, who answered for the development of society, why could they not oppose with anything the biblical culture that came? Our answer is simple. They were simply bought. What does this mean? This means that society was then crowd-elitarian. And it's just that societies are always developing, and the methods used by our so-called volks were no longer effective in order to maintain the stability of governance. Naturally, we looked to where it turns out more effectively. But historically established Christianity appeared as a religion of slaves, not free people. And in Rus, there was no slavery. In Rus, it was probably from above. There, from below. But here, from above. It will not be possible to return to the idealistic atheism from before 1917, because 3 generations have already grown up, and the 5th generation has factually entered life at the same level of education, so that it will not work to brainwash people in such a way that they would not understand the difference between the teachings of Christ and historically established Christianity. It will not work, even more so because it was precisely the Russian civilization that issued the 5th Gospel. We consider Mikhail Bulgakov's novel, The Master and Margarita, to be the 5th Gospel. And it was also given to everyone in an artistic form. That is precisely why this novel was prohibited. That's why. If you ask students, school children, have they read the Gospel? Nobody has read it. Here, God speaks in the language of life circumstances. And Bulgakov's novel, The Master and Margarita, was read by everyone, even in the school curriculum. And there, at the unconscious levels of the psyche, it is said about the interrelationship of God, man, and the devil, in the best modern language. And most importantly, it talks about how the language of truth can be distorted. Therefore, it will not work. And when they talk about values like, we are no different from the West, and this is tantamount to, let's merge into the West, and this is tantamount to, let's sew a coat to a button. Juxtapose the scale of Russia and the scale of Western Europe, you will see.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, I myself do not believe in the official version because, for example, I was in Crete, and there, when we passed with an excursion, the guide showed us the villages with the Russian names. For example, such a village with the name Horoso, and that this village from the 6th to the 7th.
Well, yes, the Phaistos disc.
Yes, and these settlements were organized by the Russian mercenary army, which was hired by the Byzantine emperor and then converted to Christianity. That is, the hired squad adopted Christianity. And when the time X was announced, these combatants already came with Christianity to Rus. That is, ambassadors and so on. All this is not confirmed historically well enough now. You said a very interesting thing related to the egregor, special forces of ancient Rus.
This is what you never dreamed of?
What you never dreamed of, yes. Now, if we consider the sufficiently general theory of governance, the chapter on supersystems, where you compare the interregional conglomerate and the interregional bloc, then I had a certain thought. Is this an open letter to the Western interregion conglomerate, explaining why there is no point to conquer Russia?
You can understand it in such a way. There is an even more open letter that Pushkin wrote. It is, however, esoteric. The Song of Prophetic Alieg. There are the words, "No magus has fear of the mightiest lords, nor welcomes their gifts when they're given. Authentic and free are our Vatical words, and friendly with the will of heaven." In fact, the story of Alieg, who became prophetic in history, is well known, and it is good that school children read, learn by heart, tell this work at school. And although not all but some school children ask, how is it that Alieg with Pushkin is prophetic, but he got into such a matrix, disastrous for him? Because the magus told him, "But you will die by your horse." Well, he laughed, as then Vysotsky also pumped up this disastrous matrix. He laughed, but nevertheless sent the horse to rest. The horse in Pushkin's works is usually the symbol of the crowd, and heavily was Nieva breathing, like to a horse besprent with foam, who gallops from the battle home. In the Bronze Horseman. In Ruslan and Lyudmila, the horse is always a certain symbol of the crowd.
Like many monuments in Europe, the ruler sits on a horse.
And there is a monument on the Lubyanka to Varovsky. Whenever possible, when you are in Moscow, take a look. The pose is actually stunning. In general, the surname Varovsky, the figure is such as if the horse had been pulled out from under him. He stands all sprawled out. Well, there is an anecdote about this. When in some city there was a monument to the ruler, also without a horse, they say, "How come without a horse? There must be a horse." But, he says, there is no money for a horse, not enough. That's about the same with us. Well, the horse is a symbol of the crowd. It turns out, according to this legend, that the crowd dies once the horse has died. And then the prophetic Alieg comes to look at the bones of his horse. And how does this end? A snake crawls out of the skull, bites, and the prediction of the magus comes true. Here, Pushkin, as always, he laid many mysteries, and here there is one. What is the snake? In Masonic terminology, there is the snake that bites its own tail. Well, what can I say about the Freemasons? There is a certain periphery of the global predictor, an instrument. If you look at the history of Russia, the Masons actually dragged the son of Paul I into conspiracy, and as a result of the Masonic conspiracy, which was headed by the English ambassador, the emperor was destroyed, and the son himself, either from remorse or some other circumstances, in short, also passed away. And then there was a Masonic conspiracy under his brother, Nikolai Pavlovich, the conspiracy of the Decembrists. This was later presented as a patriotic idea, but Pushkin wrote a scene with Faust 6 months before the Decembrists came to the square. He gave a clear idea of what it was. And a fashionable malady, the same one you caught recently. They went to France, visited Paris. Young people, hot heads, as Pushkin said, grabbed these ideas. They came, well, and here they also tell us, according to the Constitution. And if the people are not ready, don't explain to them. For them, the Constitution and Constance, the wife of the brother of Emperor Nikolai Pavlovich, is one and the same. Nikolai says, "Okay, it's clear with these, but why did you go there?" "But we went for Constance." That is, to go to such a thing, to proclaim a constitution, well, in history, it has happened more than once. As approximately with us in 1993. Well, who discussed this constitution? No, everything is legitimate. Well, okay, Then the people were illiterate, but now they are literate. It was necessary to do it quickly after the coup. But now they do not know what to do with this constitution. It seems to be legitimate, but where is it legitimate if 15% voted for it, and the rest either did not go and did not vote or voted against? And then, this is not the first time history repeats itself. And then what do we have? The February Revolution is a Masonic revolution. The entire government was Freemasons of the Scottish Ritual Lodge. And then our party turned into a large Masonic lodge with all the attributes, the Supreme Council, Grand Masters, and so on. Stalin understood this, understood what was happening with the party. And after the war, he wanted to move the party away from power and leave the post of General Secretary himself, because he saw American society as multinational, multi-confessional, and racially heterogeneous, and nevertheless so stable. Why? Because it's non-partisan. And he wanted to make our society non-partisan. The party had fulfilled its task, and it would have been better for Stalin to dissolve it. Then the transformation of society would not be so difficult. Now we are going through these bloody massacres. But once again, I can endlessly say that history has no subjunctive mood. But this whole backstage, and our liberal intelligentsia, Mikhail Yevgrafovich Saltykov-Shchedrin, said quite clearly, to represent the great as small and the small as great, that is a true mockery of life. This is not a quote, I reproduce his words from memory. This is the mockery of life of our elite. This is the main thing that always corresponded to its understanding the world. Well, so what came out of the horse's skull?
A snake, Freemasonry.
A snake. That is, Pushkin predicted that from the dead skull of a horse, and what is the head of a horse? That means the crowd is dying, the elite is dying. But the prophetic Oleg, if he was really prophetic...
Pushkin has many works, Vladimir Mikhailovich, where one scenario is described, but
this scenario is a very objective scenario. It is in obrazes, briefly, and also in poetry. And each generation learns it and pumps up this matrix, which was launched by Pushkin. This matrix realizes itself. Here again we return to the question, why is it so slow? I see I have had to read a lot of all kinds of analytics, about analytical information, and all kinds of analytical nonsense. Sometimes you're amazed. Does anyone even read our works? On the types of structure of the psyche, now, without directly speaking, but in fact, about the psychology of society, on the theme of the collective unconscious, many works have already been written, of which there was not even a hint before. And they are spinning and spinning, but everything is encompassed by these works. That's it. Wherever you go, you will anyway come across these things. And the work, the psychological aspect of history, to put it briefly, the human type of structure of the psyche will dominate in history. This is where it all goes. And to be Russian, the word Russian is an adjective. So I often, in order to illustrate, a language is a code. And in the Russian language, there is a certain code. So I pronounce the words Russian man, Русский человек. And I pronounce the words American man, Американец. There is no disharmony. I pronounce the words Русский немец, Russian German, Русский еврей, Russian Jew, Русский татарин, Russian Tatar. Now I pronounce еврейский русский, Jewish Russian. I'm in front of an audience. When I do this, I can see from their faces that they have encountered something incongruous. That is, Russian is something that unites. civilizationally unites all peoples at the level of regional civilization. Therefore, Russians cannot get out of this civilization. For Russians to get out of civilization, to form their own republic, this means to descend from the civilizational level to the level of nation. Again, in the Russian language, several of these are given. Only in the Russian language can it be seen: a nation, an ethnos, a narod. In essence, this is one and the same word, only in different languages. A narod in Latin is a nation. In Greek, it is an ethnos. But nonetheless, this is given some kind of misinterpretation. So, they want to lower us first to the national and then to the tribal level. Or the Caucasus is saturated with many tribes. They have not yet reached in their development not only the civilizational level, but even the level of narod, no matter how offensive and insulting it may sound. And this is the weakest link. It was hit during perestroika. Well, if we talk about the future, then the Russian language itself contains that which unites all peoples. Why? Because you can translate into Russian from any language, and this narration will be even richer. From English, from German, from French, from Spanish, from Chinese. But from the Russian language, for example, into English, without losing a certain contentness, without losing a certain obrazness, this is impossible. Nabokov himself saw this. When he emigrated to England, he learned to write poetry in English better than many Englishmen. He did not understand why neither the British nor the French admire Pushkin. They don't understand why the Russians admire him. Nabokov began to translate Eugene Onegin, and after translating 1 or 2 chapters, he suddenly understood and said, "The golden cage remained, but the bird flew away." This obraznesss, this very meaningful obraznesss, disappeared. That is, in the Russian language itself, as in a code, there is a unifying function of Russians in relation to everyone. This is a mission. It must be related to calmly. Therefore, the West, in this sense, with all its English, French, German, and other languages, cannot provide anything that the Russian language would not have. The Russian language takes everything into itself. Yes, all nations, all languages, shade some facet of istina, but the Russian language carries such a unifying function, and Russian civilization, in this sense, is its mission, to unite East and West.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, excuse me please. Each of us understands this, and is proud of our language. But the Western conglomerate that invaded says, "Guys, let's cheat in the production of goods," on what is called the civilizational level, even in culture. And here already doubts begin, not in our favor. I have a question, even 2 questions. The first question is, when an interregional conglomerate invades a multi-regional bloc, what happens? And the second question, why has the special forces of ancient Rus of this egregor slept through such an introduction and not reacted in any way?
Well, the answer to the first question. If you have read the theory of supersystems, then there is a process, as it were, 2 types of concentration, conglomerate and block. Then, when the boundaries converge, the conglomerate really collides with the block, and the main mistake of conglomerate thinking is that it perceives the block as a conglomerate. It also acts like an automaton. Its task is to crush and absorb the fragments. But the defective vector of objectives, which was in the block before it collapsed, together with the fragments of this block, is absorbed by the conglomerate, and the process of destruction of the direct governance towards the conglomerate begins. With what did the work, Psychological Aspects of History, begin? We consider globalization and analyze what happened in the European Union when Belgium, Holland, France suddenly voted in a completely different way from the way it was dictated by the Masonic structures. Well, they say, we are Democrats, let everyone there decide everything on their own. But this speaks of what we wrote about 15 years ago in the theory of supersystems. That is, the process of destruction of the conglomerate itself begins. Because, having taken our East Germany, now a woman from East Germany will become the Chancellor, having taken our Baltic republics, they took all the negative tendencies that were, and included them in their vector of objectives. Because at the same time of the collision of the bloc with the conglomerate, that potential vector of objectives that existed in Russian society but which was crushed by this subjective vector of objectives and which could not be identified, I mean the potential vector of objectives, it has now become sharply activated. As a result of this, the conception of social safety appeared. So, the theory of supersystems ends with the restoration of governance in the supersystem as a whole, but already on new principles. If there were defects in governance, and who will deny that there were defects in governance if the main country is only on the 6th priority, Western civilization is trying to impose democracy, what it fought against, it literally steps on the same rake. Intruded into Afghanistan. Well, okay, we are bad. We intruded into Afghanistan. We wanted to make Afghan society happy by force. Okay. But now you are trying to make Iraqi society happy by force. Perhaps they will invade into Iran and Syria. And then what? They will receive what the Soviet Union received because it was a certain signboard, a certain agitation center for a new socialist future, although there was no socialism. But America is a certain agitation center for the capitalist future, because the capitalist countries, after all, Iraq is also a capitalist country. And in the 1970s, and Western analysts evaluated this very much, the average standard of living in the countries of the socialist camp, including China, Vietnam, the Soviet Union, the countries of Eastern Europe, it was already above the average level in all capitalist countries. I mean Africa, South America, and this was very disturbing for those who understood the objectiveness of this. This is the process of restoring the governance of the supersystem on the basis of new principles. Although it would seem there was no conception yet, now there is a conception on the question, why did the special forces oversleep? It in no way overslept. Spetsnaz, egregor, the stable core of the egregor, is excited and becomes active only at truly critical moments. From the point of view of everyday consciousness, the crisis was in 1991. How does the core react? Here we go. The conception of social safety appears. Isn't it a weapon?
Yes, this is a serious weapon. Rely on the egregor, but do not make a mistake yourself. Vladimir Mikhailovich, so Rus, primordial Rus, pre-Christian, the uniqueness of the bisonosis, the East European plane, like an antenna mirror.
Compact living.
Compact living in communities. The communities had non-crowd elite governorial systems. Therefore, Christianity could not come earlier. Foreign empires could not come earlier. What happened? That is, Rus. The communities abandoned the non-crowd elite structure, began to build crowd elitism, began to build their own little pyramid, thinking that they would defend themselves from the big pyramid. And the pyramid absorbs the pyramid, because it simply integrates.
Yes, simply one crowd elitism swallows up another nascent crowd elitism.
That is, now there is a very similar period when here too, jingoistic patriots are building their new pyramid.
And they say we must expel all Jews and become Jews ourselves, something like this.
One of the signs of the Russian community is the absence of lies. How can you characterize this? In all situations, is telling the truth also the same as having a weapon?
Yes, this is the most powerful weapon. Because a lie, any lie, even in the name of salvation, generates another lie. It destroys connections that exist not only in society, it generally destroys connections in the universe, in the world in which we live, in the biosphere. If the world is one and holistic, and everything in it is conditioned by cause-effect relationships, and if objectively there is matter, there is information, there is measure. Measure in relation to information is codes, words. And if codes words are not correct, then the wrong relationship of obrazes is built. There is a distortion on account of lies. And, sooner or later, it returns to the person in the form of, well, was there a lie in our government? There was. And you say, do governments in the West not lie to their peoples? They lie. They lie.
They call it political correctness. Vladimir Mikhailovich, the absence of lies. The second attribute in your book is that there is no cult of self-conceit. That is, it means that those who ruled the community did not build their cults, did not build elite attributes. Oh, how to understand this?
No. It was difficult to build it with compact living in a society, some kind of cult of someone. Even more so, to build it on a lie. Everyone was in sight. The communities were not large, but from the moment when, you correctly noted, facing the impending values that came from the West, and again, the communities grew. The scale became already large. It was difficult for one person to see everyone, to know everyone, and everyone in the community could no longer communicate so directly with the leadership of the community. This is how all this began to grow. That is, there was a certain objective matrix. And then, crowd elitism, as in the West. Only whose is cheaper, whose is cooler. Well, they went for this. They were impaled by what they fought for.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, here is another interesting moment in your book about the martial art of the ancient Slavs, about the fact that they could enter a state of some kind of military trance, connect to egregorial forces, and resist numerous superior enemy forces. That is why, along the borders of Russian civilization, there is such an opinion about the Russians, that they are just some crazy strongmen, bogatirs, who can defeat the many times superior forces of the enemy. Is this true?
Yes, this in our opinion is true, if only because at least 2,000 years have passed since what we wrote about. But the relation towards Russia is fearful, unpredictable. They still frighten with Russia. Moreover, the elite frightens itself and those around it. Where is this from? We were never aggressive. We did not attack anyone. But we defended ourselves in such a way, apparently, and the Russian soldiers really entered what can be called a combat trance. But in fact, it was a special psychological preparation and support from above. This is precisely the entry into the stable core of this egregor, when support, the power of the egregor, was given to the unit.
That is, such horror rolled over the enemy.
Yes, yes, yes. So this fear is inexplicable. And the lies of all historians, they came here and they openly lied about what was happening in Russia, which never happened to the historians of the West in relation to any other country. So, a similar lie was in relation to Genghis Khan. They were so amazed. How is it? 1 million Mongols? They always had around this many. So, we went there to Mongolia, even in August, about 1 million, although they occupy an area like the whole of Western Europe. And the empire is larger than the empire of Alexander the Great, and the Roman Empire does not come close in territory. And this empire existed for about 3 centuries, but they penetrated into Japan, Malaysia, Syria, Palestine, from the Adriatic to the Yellow Sea. They also cannot understand what it was. There it was something its own. It is no coincidence that we wrote about Eurasianism after this work. Eurasianism and Russia, Modernity and Prospects. There were also some psychological aspects. If we talk about Genghis Khan, who, approximately like it was in Rus, there was such a tribal feud, and he knew all the horror of this feud. We were only interested in how. Where did a person who was born in a yurt come from suddenly with the idea to unite all of humanity, outside of dependence on some religious beliefs? And he was a non-confessional believer towards God. He despised people who did not believe God. But, moreover, he built a new governance on completely new principles. Devotion to an idea, not to a personal one. And he proclaimed an idea, the unification of all peoples, in order to end wars, build roads, organize post offices. All this he had. And so, we specially went to Mongolia. The Mongols now have more than 1 million, 2.7 million. I was sincerely amazed that Mongolia's elite knows the conception. But if we talk about that time, that Rus was a certain part of the great Mongol Empire, but the principles that Genghis Khan laid down, and there was the penetration of clans, everyone intermarried, and in fact continued these principles, this suggests that Russian civilization easily adopted everything new, including the principles of governance, and implemented, but only what was for the unification of people and not for separation.
Русская цивилизация легко перенимала все новое в принципах управления и реализовывала, но только то, что было на объединении, а не разъединении.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, Jamie has the following lines. Although people have been given power in earthly affairs, but they have no power over their power. That is, there is a supreme power and supreme judges who will judge according to deeds. As for the transfer of knowledge, what you are doing is the transfer of very important, very useful, very necessary worldview knowledge, governorial knowledge. Here is what was said a long time ago in the ancient Sufis. There are 3 types of conveyance. The first is to convey everything. The second is to convey what people are asking for. The third is to convey what will benefit them. If you pass everything on, satiety can ensue. If you pass on what they ask, it can suffocate them. If you pass on something that will benefit them, in the worst case, they will misunderstand you and turn against you. But if you serve them in this way, then regardless of external manifestations, you are helping them, and this inevitably, in one form or another, will have a beneficial effect on you. So, I would like to ask you to comment on the list of literature on the conception of social safety, written over 20 years of work, with 2 or 3 words about some of them.
Well, to list everything is a long time. Well, okay. I will name separate works. Well, first of all, the very conception of social safety, which received the epic name Dead Water, based on the ancient legend in Ruslan and Lyudmila about how a killed bogatyr, cut into pieces, about how Finn first pours dead water over him and thereby connects the fragmented body, and then he revives him with living water. Well, in the conception of social safety, all 6 priorities are considered. That is, the history of Russia, the world view of Russia, and the economic system, the financial system, the 6th priority, all types. There are 6 blocks, having studied which, you can get an idea of what the conception is. The second is short course, Foundations of Self-Governance in Society. In fact, solving the tasks of the 4th priority of generalized means of governance, we switched to economics. Well, there are equations, the solution of the intersectoral balance equation, the author of which is Vasily Leontiev, the Nobel Prize laureate. He said it's unsolvable, and for this he received the Nobel Prize. But we anyhow plucked up the courage and solved this equation. However, we showed that nraviousness in the economy plays a decisive role.
Excuse me, Vladimir Mikhailovich. In this connection, I have a small question. Many argue about demographically conditioned and degradational parasitic needs. This is a question about the short course. Does this not entail some kind of equalization?
In short, it doesn't. This is briefly. And if not briefly, then at least all the needs become predictable, and they can be satisfied after the right side of the equation, we call this demographically conditioned needs, is known. Ruslan and Lyudmila. Well, Pushkin had, and we have already spoken about this, in a number of his works, what Andrei Biely called the second semantic line. This is what the little house in Kolomna calls imprudent rhymester I, I'm feeling dizzy. Really, the stony octave keeps me busy. So, Ruslan and Lyudmila is not a fairy tale. This is a very serious philosophical work, where the second semantic line is revealed. Questions to Metropolitan Ioan of St. Petersburg and the hierarchy of the Orthodox Church. The questions were written during the life of the Metropolitan. They are not so much even to the Metropolitan as to the entire hierarchy of the Russian Orthodox Church. Anyone who wants to study comparative theology will receive the full content there. To the same thing, the work Towards the Kingdom of God on Earth, only in a more expanded form, the Bronze Horseman, this is not a bronze serpent, about the most ancient mafia in the system of obrazes of Pushkin. Well, the Bronze Horseman of Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin has been read by many. Whole volumes have been written about what exactly Pushkin wanted to say with this work, and who Yevgeny personified. We also contributed to this. Read it, it will be interesting. Providence is not algebra. This is actually about the work of Fomenko and Nosovsky on the formation of a model of the real chronology of history. There is a lot of controversy about this. The work is interesting and short. Those who would like to understand what Fomenko and Nosovsky could not say, there it is about this. The Ink Visitor, an overview of possible developments after 1995. In December 1995, we gave a forecast of political development. Now, everyone can get acquainted with this 10 years later and see how much, although we are not engaged in forecasts, but they can see how effective the method is. It shows how the method we are developing works. It shows its functional operability. Dehermetization. Well, we have a very big work. It is called Dehermetization, which has 5 chapters. Each chapter contains several paragraphs. Foundations of the conception of history. Its understanding by the Internal Predictor of the USSR. From Matriarchy to Humanness. This is a very interesting work. It has a second name, From Humanoidness to Humanness, where we consider what the psychology of Freudianism is, show the inconsistency of Freudianism, and show that psychology is a science of the future. Indeed, it is. Come to the aid of my disbelief. Here we factually clashed with Scientologists. They first came to us, they said, let's work together. We were forced to study the works of Hubbard and give our view, Dialectics and Scientology, a view from the outside. And as soon as we gave an evaluation, all Scientologists quickly fell away from us and no longer offered us to cooperate. Trotskyism is yesterday, but by no means tomorrow. And it has a second name, The Sad Legacy of Atlantis. This is a very serious work, although not a big one, where we consider antediluvian civilization and talk about how a new biblical civilization is trying to come and realize the same ideals, which is natural, since in the minds of the majority, the civilization of Atlantis is like a golden age. The hernia of the economy should be cut out. This is about the role of exchanges and the role of speculative capital in the modern economy. Oh, may we see the light. This is also work about faith and about measure, and about how to generally solve religious questions. The principles of cadre politics, state, anti-state, social initiative, this is now an application of the sufficiently general theory of governance. The name speaks for itself. Racial doctrines, inconsistent but plausible. Since they now come to the fore, especially in such a complex question as nationalism, and what are the prospects of nationalism in Russia, we here consider and deeply analyze the racial doctrines of Nazi Germany, the racial doctrines that are here with us, in the East, well, and we also show conclusions. This is interesting. I will not tell you for a long time. To understanding the macroeconomics of the state and the world. Factually, this is short course, that is, our economic views, summarized at the request of the then head of the Security Council, Sergei Borisovich Ivanov. Well, Russian society, the sinking of the nuclear-powered submarine Kursk, history and prospects. This is a work with an analysis of what really happened to the Kursk. It all happened in pageant.
What happened to the Kursk? What conclusion have you come to?
Well, we came to the conclusion that two methods of training submarine crews collided here, and the Kursk submarine was sunk by an American nuclear submarine with a torpedo salvo, but precisely because it was in the exercise area and fell into the review sector, let's say into the sector of the capture of the training torpedo. Since its combat information and control system could not distinguish from a training one, it does not have such distinctive capabilities to distinguish a training torpedo from a combat one. And the crews are prepared in such a way that they are hostages of this combat information and control system. A volley was fired.
And in response?
Well, in response, our submarine was lost. And everyone knows the answer. Oil prices have jumped. All the families of the crew members got separate apartments. Well, the fact that no one, neither Russia nor America, no one gave sanctions to start a nuclear war, the actions of the leaderships of both countries here, I think the discussion of all this is still ahead, the discussion of this question. It all happened in pageant, the second semantic line of the film, White Son of the Desert. This is most of all, of course, about the religious views of historically established Islam in the obrazes of this film, The White Son of the Desert, about Quranic Islam, our intelligentsia. In general, everything that is so popular as the film White Son of the Desert is often inexplicable for reasons that art, cinema, music bypass consciousness, There is little text, there are obrazes, and obrazes bypass consciousness to the unconscious levels of the psyche.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, excuse me. So about White Sun of the Desert. Literally more than half a year ago, we celebrated 35 years of the film. And there was a show on the first channel. Georgy Grechko, a hero of the Soviet Union, a test cosmonaut, when he was asked, "Why do you watch this film before every cosmonaut flight?" And now also tourists, they also watch it who fly there, and foreign crews. And he says, what other film to go into the cosmos with? That is a film about humanists.
Yes, actually about this I agree. Well, here, also among the works, we have Our Language as an Objective Given and as a Culture of Speech. A very interesting work, where for the first time we decided to speak about what the Russian language is. Here I don't see Dialectics and Atheism, two essences incompatible. We have already discussed it. The psychological aspect of history and the prospects of global civilization.
We need a different school.
Yes, we need a different school. The collective of authors works, and as problems arise that require resolution, which in this way or the other are indicated in the conception of social safety itself. If adequate information is needed, we try to give it out. Also, in terms of analytics, we publish monthly analytical notes and the so-called current moment.
So, Vladimir Mikhailovich, excuse me. So about the analytical notes and current moment. Does it not turn out in such a way that among the supporters of the conception of social safety, who may have read some books for quite a long time, that they start reading analytics, the current moment, and stop reading books? On the one hand, the opinion of the Internal Predictor on current events is interesting, and all these notes are waited for and read because it's very relevant, even this note on Eurasia.
All books first come out as analytical notes, then they turn into books. That is, the groundwork is always some kind of analytics. But not every analytics ends up as a book. The one who follows our work knows that we cannot say unequivocally, when the material is collected to be a book, then a book is released. If not, then a simple analytical note is quite enough. But I can say only one thing. Each analytical note is at least a small step into the unknown new. We never mark time. Yes, we have, of course, also repetitions, but we certainly give new informational quality. And we respond with our activity to those relevant questions that the collective unconscious, as we hear it, asks us. We read the whole analytics. We do not believe that we are something outside the box, but we would truly like to hear such meaningful criticism of our work. Unfortunately, all official science, both philosophy and analytics, sociology which are, for now they pretend that we do not exist. Well, we are in no hurry. We are not bound by time in this sense. That is why we gave such a name to the collective of authors, Internal Predictor of the USSR.
Vladimir Mikhailovich, you say it's very difficult to criticize. I was preparing for our program. I carefully immersed this information, formed questions, and now I write a question and think, I will ask you now. On the next page, I see an explanation to my question. That is, your depth of penetration into some themes, from the point of view of a modern view, is simply amazing. I would like to thank you for your work, your entire collective for that work, for the labor that you are doing for all of us. I wish you health, success, and from all supporters, and from those who perhaps are your opponents. As a result of the fact that they watch this program, maybe you help them too. Thank you very much.
Спасибо вам большое. Конечно, хотел
Of course, I would like those who will see these works to understand that it's impossible to tell everything in principle.
всего рассказать невозможно, в принципе. Здесь затронуты
Here,
очень сжатые
in a very condensed form, well, 3, 4, 5, maybe 10 works are touched upon.
Чтобы понять, надо потрудиться самому. Какую-то часть,
To understand, you have to work hard on yourself.
если не все,
Everyone has to do some part of the work himself. If we all want to move towards the human type of structure of the psyche.
в конце
Therefore,
этой
thank you all.
передачи я хотел бы обратиться ко всем нашим и сторонникам.
At the end of this program, I would like to appeal to all our supporters and our opponents that they do not simply read the works that were mentioned here, that they think for themselves, come to certain conclusions, and, most importantly, if they understand that the human type of structure of the psyche will certainly dominate in the new logics of social behavior, and above all, within the boundaries of the Russian civilization, as a regional civilization, and then throughout the world, I would like to wish everyone to take place as a human.